Hey ho, what do you know? It's the Racing Dudes live show, gentlemen. Thank you for joining me. I am Magic with Mike Somich, Aaron Halchman, Jared Welch, and a special guest who will be here later. We are just a couple of minutes away from the Ogden Phipps Stakes kicking off the Pick 5 that ends in the Belmont Stakes on the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Guys, it's been an up and down day, but we have a big, strong opinion here in Latrusca. Jared, how are you doing and how are you feeling about Latrusca here?
Well, I feel good. I felt good about some others earlier too, so you never know. But no, I mean, she's a standout, and we saw how speed is done on this track today, and she obviously possesses enough of that. And I don't necessarily think it's as cut and dry as, say, the last race with Jack Christopher. And of course, the odds kind of reflect that, because even though it's a 5-horse field, you've got serious horses in here. Malathaat, Kalleward, search results kind of stretching out, but she's been good sprinting. And of course, Bonnie South, who kind of is a very true, maybe not quite this level, but is capable of running a big race here and there. So, yeah, I mean, she's going to still have to bring her effort. And I think the 4-5 kind of reflects the tough field.
Aaron, good to see you. Latrusca's 4-5 here. Is this a good price if you wanted to play her?
Every dirt race has been gate to wire. She looks like gate to wire candidate. I think 4-5 is probably about fair. Probably what you need to expect on this horse. My biggest thing is, you got Malathaat in here. We're finally going to figure out where she stacks up with these older ones, right? As 3-year-old, she was great. She kind of had a shot to win the Breeders' Cup. It didn't get it done. Now let's see if she's taking that step forward. I think she's kind of a fun horse. Kalleward, of course, but hey, speed's been good at Belmont. Latrusca's 4-5. She looks like the lone speed, so we'll see what happens.
Mike, it's a Breeders' Cup winning year in for the distaff, and all 5 of these fillies we could definitely see back at Keeneland to be exciting. A great race here, but Latrusca, where do you stand on her?
Well, when she gets loose, she's awfully tough. Only time she's lost in the last 12 efforts when she hasn't made the lead. I'd be very surprised if she doesn't make the lead today. The only horse that really has a chance at pushing her is Search Results, the 5-horse. Look who's riding Search Results. Irad Ortiz Jr., Jose's brother. What do Irad and Jose generally not do in Naira? Push the pace against each other. So I wouldn't be surprised if Latrusca gets comfortable up front. Search Results, who's stretching out, probably doesn't want to go super fast up front anyway. Wants to sit behind Latrusca and just see if you can run her down / hold off Malathaat and get second here. So I think Latrusca's gonna get a rather easy lead. I agree with Aaron. I think we're really gonna find out how good Malathaat is here. She should have won the Breeders' Cup, and she did not. She had the trip, she had everything set up, and she was not able to get it done. They went way too fast early there. She had the pace in front of her, lost to a 40-1 shot. Today, you'd like to see her take a nice step forward in her return to the races.
We have a special guest who's here trackside. Let's bring him in real quick. I don't know if he can hear us, but we can at least hear him, so that's the important part. Saratoga
Gentlemen,
joining us.
Gentlemen, can you hear me? Can you hear me, gentlemen? Great. Today, overcast skies here at the track. It's been holding on the dirt. As you saw, Jack Christopher sat off the pace in the last race. The first 2 races were won by long shots that held on. So Latrusca on the lead here, gonna be tough, but we'll see what happens. I think search results can press her, so this is going to be awesome. In the paddock, all of them very professional. You're talking about grade 1 winners up and down this. None of them are going to have issues in the paddock. A very small crowd here today, also at Belmont. This is my 8th Belmont Stakes. Definitely the smallest crowd that I have ever seen at the Belmont Stakes.
So it's not just the field sizes that are small, it's the crowd size is even small at Belmont this year. It's just an off year. Hey, who is your pick? Before we let you go, Slim, who's your pick here?
I like Malathaat, but in the way the track's playing, I put Latrusca in my pick 5 to start this one off because but I think the key to the race right now is if Search Results presses Latrusca. If not, Latrusca gets to wire, but we'll see. It is interesting if you take a look at the Brisnet. Search Results is an EP8. So she does have that 8 for the Kieran Sports. But I'll sign off as they're getting close to the gate here, all right?
All right, good luck, Slim. We'll see you next race. All right, Saratoga Slim, ladies and gentlemen, never disappoints. Hey, that's the best I think we've ever had.
Don't even have no technical difficulties. It was amazing.
There's a slight slur in his voice, so I think the edible hasn't quite kicked in yet, but
I'm really proud of the longest shot of the day right there. Slim not having an issue the first time he's on.
This is great. Great start to his appearances today.
I'm really, really proud of him. That was really good. too.
Yep.
Like that's the content you want from a guy that's live at the track. That was great. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I agree.
He'll be in the paddock all day, so he's going to tell us how the horses look and give us little updates as we go along here for each of the races. So we're excited to have Slim on site.
If you guys are watching the live feed, just make sure you look for the guy wearing you saw what he's wearing on top, but at the bottom he's got like pinkish reddish pants, hard to miss. So you can see him run around like a maniac. That's my favorite thing about Slim when we're at the track is he's just when you try talking to him, it's like talking to a wall because he's just in his own world while he's there. So he's living it up.
Search results, last one going in the gate. 5 horses here. I know we're all in Latrusca, but good luck. This will be a fun race. A nice preview of the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
See if Latrusca can. Yep.
Search results sending as well. Let's see if she actually pushes.
Look at this.
Jose and Irad giving a little.
Surely
either one of them wants to back down.
Surely they're not
he
going to
lets
be
him
this
go.
time.
Yeah.
Now he backs off.
Yeah.
Now the
He
question
said,
is,
shit. That's my brother.
Was that pressure enough? Is this first quarter going to be enough for Malathaat, who again sitting right there in third, for her to be able to really run up and make some noise here? I mean, 23-4, not exactly slow for that first quarter going to mile 16.
Yeah, they're going to have to dial it down for sure.
Yeah, I almost thought that was a way for the two of them to get distance on the other horses there. And if Search Results has any sort of staying power, she guaranteed herself second place with Irad doing that.
Well, look at they've separated 10 lengths ahead of Malathaat here. So this is right now at 45-2.
Latrusca's in big trouble in my opinion.
Yes, she is.
They're
I think
going
Search Results
the kind of
will win.
race that she gets beat in because of Search Results.
Yep. I think she's in big trouble. We'll see.
She's already getting passed, so
Yeah, she's done.
Jose hasn't moved on her.
She's done.
She's done. I think he's not moving because she's not going.
Yeah, she's finished.
How about Search Results?
Oh, wow. He just wrapped her up. Yep. She's done.
She'll be off the board, and here we go.
Search
Malathaat, run him down.
Yep.
This is the kind of race Clairiere should win right here if she can do it. Because
Search Results, change your leads.
It's
Change your leads. She's going to lose because she don't change her leads.
It's going to be one of these two.
Or Malathaat. Who's it going to be?
Come on, Clairiere. Get up.
Come on, 3.
You got it, Clairiere.
Oh.
Oh, she did it. She finally got a grade 1.
Great job.
Wow.
Clairiere, baby. Oh, Latrusca walked home in last.
I'm shocked that they decided to go that fast up front. I mean, that was just suicidal from both of them. Like, you have no chance of winning if you're going 22-44 and you're going a mile and 16th. It's one thing if you're going a one-turn mile, but going a mile and 16th, I mean, it's wild that the Ortiz brothers just did that.
Well, yeah, they got a lot of props to Search Results to essentially destroyed Latrusca. I guess you can say that, and but also destroyed herself in the process. No real shock in terms of if there was a pace meltdown. Obviously, these two horses were going to be the main contenders in terms of can they get it done. And to Halterman, your point earlier, I mean, it's like I don't think Malathaat certainly is not a bad horse, but she just maybe still isn't just quite good enough. Like that's a race she kind of like the Breeders' Cup, Somich, like kind of had every opportunity to win that thing and just couldn't quite get it done.
You're missing the killer instinct, right? I mean, that's just what it feels like. Twice now, she's, that time she had the lead and couldn't dig in. And in the Breeders' Cup, she had every chance to get by and just decided not to. And so it's tough. And you think back now, even at Saratoga when she lost at a short price, run second. I mean, these seconds are starting to pile up for Malathaat. And it's going to be really tough to play her at any type of shorter price at this point.
The knock against her when she was a 3-year-old was even that she was a grinder. She didn't have that sharp turn of foot, and so you put her at a mile and a quarter, and she just needs to keep trying and trying and trying. It's great, but you put her against a horse like Clairiere that we keep seeing that sharp turn of foot when she needs it. That's how you can beat Malathaat. And Dave Barista, I know, was all over Malathaat, had singled in a bunch of his stuff. So, Dave, we're sorry about that, buddy. That was disappointing for a lot of us.
She's not good enough, and that's what's kind of sick about it, because she ran a great race and she probably backed up how you thought she was going to run. But guys, she didn't lose to a monster here, right? Clairiere is very nice, but that's it. And she was ahead of her, like Somich pointed out. she's ahead of her the whole stretch. It kind of just looked like they were going to stick right there together, and Clairiere pulled away at the last and kind of just had a little more drive there to get it done. So that's a tough beat if you had Malathaat, no question, because she ran a very respectable race, without any doubt.
We've been saying it, and honestly, Askews has been saying it for a long time. Like, Clairiere is going to get a grade 1. So it's not really a surprise. And gosh, you see at some of the races she's ran, and she's earned it, right, to finally get that grade 1. But you just didn't see, even though search results was in here, you still the reason she hasn't been winning grade 1s is because she's had to face Latrusca, who was in the race. So from a pace standpoint, I'm with Somich. I get the search results possesses speed, but this is a horse that's never really pushed major speed when it comes, and obviously going this long too. The times that she did go in Milanese, she was not on the lead, she was close, but still, for the Ortiz brothers, we kind of talked about it how there's no way they'll make sure neither one of them kind of burn each other out, and that's exactly what happened. You gotta feel like there's gonna be a little talk afterwards, right?
Well, I went back and looked, and if you remember, Irad Ortiz was actually her rider back and forth with Jose, and had the Spinster and the Personal Ensign wins last year, and then was in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, and then that loss, he lost the ride, and Jose picked it up. Are we going to say Irad's not, he doesn't have that little bit of him that just wanted to completely tank his brother and Latrusca and Fausto? I don't know. Hey, let's go to Slim, because Slim is there at the Winner's Circle celebration. Let's bring it in and see if this is okay, that's already too loud, I can tell. But
look at that. Look at that.
There we go.
There's some footage for you there, Clairiere, getting in the Winner's Circle.
Slim, I see you on TV. I see you on Naira.
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
You look like a millennial holding your phone recording everything. So,
oh, my God. Hold on one second then.
All right, we'll pull back out. Sorry, Joe. We'll pull back out of that for a second.
There you go. All right, okay. I'm back. What's up?
What happened
there, Slim? That was... If Malathaat's not going to win that race, Malathaat's not going to win... it's not going to win a big race for a while. I don't know. That was set up totally for Malathaat, and Clairiere got her nose down on her. They were both there, and Clairiere wanted it more, it seemed, in the end. And I did say, the key to the race was that search results went at Latrusca, killed them both off, and really set it up for the closers there. So bad start for me. I did not have Clairiere on any ticket, so very sad, very sad.
You kind of wonder if search results ran off a little bit on Irad there, because she's coming out of these sprint races. She's got a ton of early pace from that perspective. In the mile, she just went 22 and change, 45 and 1. 7 furlongs, she went 22 and 4, 45 and 4. You wonder if he just wasn't able to rein her in quick enough, because he clearly did rein her in, but that was after they already went 22 and change, and it opened up by 6-7 lengths.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. I just think that first 2 quarters there, or the half, I should say, was just too much. And it is weird. It is weird. Maybe the 5 just caught a big flyer out of the gate, and it's like Somich said, you just couldn't quite slow them down. When 2 horses kind of hook up like that, you just never know.
Slim, can you hear me? I don't know if
on mute.
He's muted.
Yeah, Magic's kind of muted.
Yeah. Well, I was wondering what his thoughts were on that, how they hooked up.
I'm back.
Okay.
I'll be honest with you. It was it was pretty crazy. I didn't think search results really went. That's why I'm telling you, the Brisnet never lies. EP8 for search results, E7 for Latrusca, and that Brisnet is just so. I'm in the tunnel here. This is the fun part of it. I'm trying to stay up with Clairiere, but so this is how I roll on Belmont Stakes Day. If you want the behind the scenes thing here, we just roll. I try to stay with Clairiere. It's just too fast for me. Slim's legs aren't fast enough here, but
you're probably Latrusca.
Stop pulling him out.
Yes.
Somich says stop pulling the mouth. Hey, that guy's had his picture
You know that
taken a few
guy?
times.
You know that guy? You know that guy? Yeah. So, you got this guy, and then you got Mr. Cox over here. So, yeah, this is how we do it. If you guys were here with me, you'd be hanging out. This is me and Jared and Aaron have made this walk 20, 30 times.
Yep.
But,
Sure have.
Hey, we got a request in the chat.
we're just chilling. Next race.
Chat wants to know if you can ask the brothers.
Oh, God, I'm about to get crushed. Illinois. Ah!
Well, we'll see if we get Slim back or if he was dead or arrested. We're not sure which was going to happen here.
One of the live feed, make sure that there's not a wild guy that just got ran over.
What the hell just happened?
Oh, with the guy that got hit by a golf ball at the LIV golf tournament today.
Well, we'll be back. If you liked that, we'll be back to Slim about 5 minutes to post for each of these races. So stay tuned. That was some great content there.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe somebody still has the selfie stick. I can see because it's moving.
Oh yeah, it's on the ground. I think though.
Oh, now it's on the ground. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll come back to that in a little bit. Let's go ahead and move forward here, guys.
Okay, so we've had a few questions, and obviously we're not the only ones here that are getting burned up a little bit on these results. Obviously Latrusca going down, Speak of the Devil going down earlier. It's one of those days that we talked about it. We've talked about it a lot on these big days where sometimes this hasn't been the case for us, but where you have, even whenever your horse runs well and you still get beat, and while our horses haven't ran that well that lost, still it's not like bad horses are winning these races. So it's a challenging day. How do you guys pivot? Do you pivot? Is it just stay on course? It's going to correct itself, and just kind of got to get through the rough start.
Well, I'm excited about the late pick 5 here because you got 2 great races to end the card, and you've got the Jaipur in here, and you've got the Belmont where you can have opinions. And right now, if you look at the live odds at the Belmont, you're getting 6-1 on We the People. So if you like We the People, that price is floated up quite a bit. I think Rich Strike 7-2, Modongo right now your favorite at 5-2. But that late pick 5 is actually pretty good. I mean, you've got a possible single there in the first leg with Flightline or search results. But we could see exactly what happened in that race happen again there. And you see someone like Aloha West, or you see someone pick up the pieces there, Happy Saver, and be able to run them down. The late pick 5 is actually pretty interesting. So I'm kind of excited about the last 5 races here, and hopefully we can get the turnaround going.
I think sometimes you just run into this. I wouldn't panic if I were you guys out there, and I'm certainly not. And listen, it may not turn around, or it might. That's horse racing. And the bottom line is you had a horse, Speak of the Devil, who just did not show up whatsoever. And pace, regardless. You had a horse in Latrusca who was done before they even got to the stretch. She did not show up today. It was a horrific effort. And you can't read that on the past performances. There's nothing on the past performances to say that's going to happen. So, you just have to move on and go on to the next race. You can't handicap that kind of stuff. It just happens.
How to kind of Jacob's question a little bit, and just to others, and maybe in general. So I don't know what we are exactly, but the bankroll's down about 150 to start it off, which is obviously not ideal. And in days when you have, which we kind of assumed would happen, chalky. Obviously, you got Flightline coming up. You've got who's the next one? Not the one after that, but you've got a couple shorter prices, right, coming up. That possibly. So how do you chase? I know that's always a bad strategy. Do you change your, if you were playing a 10, do you make it a 20 to try to get back your losses? I know that's sometimes a misnomer. People want to try to do that and it just gets worse. Do you just stay course, and even if that means you finish off strong, you don't quite get back to even, but you got, you know what I mean? Like, how does somebody that starts off like this kind of try to get back in it, or is it just whatever plan you had, you stay with it?
I mean, yeah, you look for opportunities that maybe you didn't think would be there. Like, for an example, let's say it's not going to happen. Let's say Flightline's 4-5. Okay, then maybe you do try to press and try to, hit that one. But overall, you know what's ahead of you. You just play your opinions and you hope they come back. I mean, the thing that really will kill people sometimes is they'll be like, I'm really down. I just want to get back to even for the day. When the whole deal is you're going to play tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right. It's not a one-day thing. It's for the most of us, we're playing maybe not every day, but most days. And so there are going to be days where your opinions don't show up. No, I don't care who you are. And you do not chase. Do not do that. Do not go, well, I'm going to bet 100 when I plan to bet 50. Don't do that. Period.
Yeah, I mean, I bet 5 days a week, so it's one of those things where if you have a losing day, you have a losing day. And if you have an opinion, you play your opinion. If you don't have an opinion, you don't go crazy with it, right? And so it's tough because a lot of people just play these big race days, and it makes it harder because it's much. If I'm playing 5 days a week, that means I'm playing 250 days a year. That's a lot, huge sample size, right? Whereas some people are playing 10 days a year, and that sample size is significantly smaller, so it can be more frustrating when you're down on a day like this, but. For me, it's just, okay, stay the course, keep playing the normal way that you play, take advantage of opportunities that are there. And like the key is to not get on tilt, right? I mean, it's a poker term, but it's a horse racing term too. And if you get on tilt when you're betting horses, and all of a sudden you're playing $100 doubles and you're playing $50 tries and things like that to try and chase it back, at the end of the day, you lose a ton more. And then you're not able to play 5 days a week, right? And that takes away opportunities from you that you possibly like more. It's one of the reasons, like you and me saying, hey, I like the last couple of races because I think there are wide open fields that you can play a lot of different directions. I mean, like specifically the Flightline race, probably not a huge opportunity to make a bunch of money. Those last two races, much better opportunities to make a bunch of money. The Belmont, pretty good race to make a bunch of money if you have an opinion there. So just stick to your normal game. Don't chase. Play the way that you generally want to play. And remember, Santa Anita hasn't started yet. Woodbine's got to play pick 5. Like this is the beauty of horse racing. You every day there is something if you really want to try and find it.
All right, 9 to 5 on Risk Me Red. We 30 minutes. Really, this is a race. We are going to, like I said, we talked about the Met Mile coming up after this one. Of course, that's the one with Flightline versus Speaker's Corner. Not a lot of money to be, but here. Field of 13 on the turf. Haven't seen a lot of turf racing today. And you've got, like you said, you've got opportunities to make some money here because while 9 to 5 on Risk Me Red, and Risk Me Red certainly has looked good. I mean, there's a lot in here. True Valor and Casa Creed and Gregorian Chant. I kind of like chasing Artie as a little bit of a bounce back. So I think there's a ton of opportunity in here. Especially if you're talking about playing some of these, late sequences to try to, get a prize before it gets like into Flightline, into, Mo Donegal or whoever you play in the Belmont.
Well, I mean, you look at it now. Everybody complained about the short fields. Well, the Met Mile's got a short field, but the rest of these fields are large. And Somich has harped on the last two races, and this is the start of it, right? So I definitely think. This is where you just play your opinion and you don't have to bet a lot here to make a lot. There's definitely some horses on the board here that make a ton of sense. I mean, you talk about True Velour at 12 to 1. That's a really nice horse that I think probably shouldn't be that price. Casa Creed is in here. He won this race last year. He's not the favorite this year. So, I mean, there's some horses in here. Smokin' Jay, I know you like Somich. I'll let you touch on him a little bit more. So, There's a chance, and you saw it, Somich, if you were watching the live show yesterday, he had a chance for a massive try without betting a lot of money in the female turf sprint, and boy, just missed it at the last second.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Aaron. Really appreciate it.
That reminds me of this, though, right?
Yeah, it's a great betting race. Even if you like a Risk Me Red on top, and you want to play Casa Creed underneath, you want to play Smokin' Jay underneath, Gear Jockey, True Valor, Gregorian Chant, you're going to get value in the trifecta and the superfecta in this spot, even with the favorite on top. And this is a case where I don't think necessarily you need to put the favorite on top. A Risk Me Red makes a ton of sense. Last race was awesome. But this turf course, you want to be coming from off the pace a little bit if you want to win these type of races. And that's not what a Risk Me Red generally will do. And I like you kind of teed me up for it. I like the 10-horse Smokin' Jay in this spot. It's sitting on 17 to 1 on the board. The fact that last time out, first time as a 4-year-old, runs second to Karatari, runs a really good race there, runs a career best number. Now we're coming back. We're going 6 furlongs, which I actually think is the preferred distance for this horse. Has a win at Belmont at this distance, 2 for 3 at one for 2 at Belmont with a first and a second. If we improve that second off the layoff, we're going to get pace in front. You're getting a nice price. I love the fact, and Magic mentioned this, horse was 9 to 2 at Churchill. Really had a good shot at winning the race at Churchill. They shipped here to take a shot against a big field in a grade 1. that tells you that there's a bunch of confidence here from the trainer as well, Kelsey Danner. So I'm going to take a little bit of a stab here and go with the 10-horse Smokin' Jay, currently on the board at 16-1.
What about you, Halterman? What's a horse that you like quite a bit that's not, that can create some value, kind of similar to what Somich likes with the 10?
Yeah, I'll mention the 3-horse again. I just really have liked this horse, like the looks of this horse coming into the race. Coming off of a win, second off a layoff. I really just think True Velour is a horse that can run pretty well here. Grand Motion, he spots horses usually where they can win. He kind of trains off track, and then he's got a bevy of places that he can send them. And he thought, let's give this 8-year-old a chance right here. And I think he just saw that last race and thought, hey, this horse can get the job done. I like Arrest Me Red quite a bit, but I do think the 3 can certainly pull the upset here. One that I thought was really crazy. What about the 9? It's second off the layoff here. It's only third start in the United States. The first start in the United States came at Woodbine and was a 2-length winner. Just did not run very well at Keeneland last time out. But I don't know, second off the layoff, Jose Ortiz jumps aboard today. I thought that was interesting. So I thought the 9 made a little bit of sense at a huge price as well. So, but listen, there's a lot of horses. Jared, you can touch on Chasing Artie, a horse that's in our trifecta because of you liked him a little bit.
Yeah, Chasing Artie is one that I kind of liked in that turf sprint that day at Churchill Downs, and just was awful out of the gate. If you remember, this horse was like all the way in last early, and then kind of made a run late in that race. Ended up getting beat by 4.5, finished 8th, but was making a run late. But prior to that, won a race there at Gulfstream Park that got the horse into that race. And yeah, you lose Jose Ortiz, get John Velasquez aboard, Safi Joseph. I kind of felt like they put him in that race last time because obviously they thought well of him, and he really didn't get a chance to run. And so more than anything, now I'm getting 15-1. He was 8-1 that day. Now I'm getting 15-1 with a horse that I'm hoping I get to see a little bit. This is a horse that's been forwardly placed typically or towards the front, whereas he was in last time. So he really never saw what he was. Maybe he's not good enough, but at 15-1, I'm more than willing to take that to see.
I got to say, just a quick shout out to Belmont. I love that they are showing past Belmonts throughout the day. I caught the Real Quiet and Victory Gallop just nosing him out at the wire in that photo finish for a Triple Crown. It was pretty awesome to be able to watch that back. So it's pretty cool when you get to see these past Belmont battles during the day in between the races when you got a little bit more time. So kudos to Belmont for doing that and making that enjoyable. I think that Kentucky race is one that's a key to talk about. I don't know, Magic, if you can pull up the replay specifically of that Kentucky Turf Sprint. Gear Jockey and Gregorian Chant, the 12 and 13 are coming out of that. And yesterday we saw Caravel come back and win out of that against the girls. And so you've got that race already flattered once with the 6th place finisher coming back and winning a graded stakes next time out. And I think this sets up well for both the 12 and the 13 Gear Jockey and Gregorian Chant to be running again late. They ended up finishing, I believe it was 3rd and 4th in that race. So they both were rather close to Arrest Me Red. And you're getting 8-1, 11-1 on them in a turf sprint where, anything can kind of happen in these races. One bad step, and you can see a 2-length difference shift very quickly. Or they're horses you can constantly put behind Arrest Me Red if you want to play a try or a super because they're going to be within a couple lengths of them.
I see a lot of people in the chat talking about, I tried to beat the favorite, I beat the favorite, and I still lost type stuff. Just hang in there. Again, just hang in there, guys. That's been a thing. That's been a theme.
Now, Arrest Me Red was the 10 horse in this race, I believe. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I think so. And then the 4 is Chasing Artie, the one that just completely missed the break and is in last there. Yeah, he was the 10 horse.
And this is one of those spots where they kind of stacked up, and you were expecting someone to be able to make a run. Gear Jockey in this spot was the 8, and Gregorian Chant was the 1. You'll see both of them kind of make a move in the mid-turn, and then the 10 just kind of spurts away from them. Able to just kind of get it done here. He's currently sitting at, what is it? There he is. So there you can see him kind of coming up right on the outside. The 8 trying to fly by all the way around. That's Gear Jockey going about 7-8 wide, and then Gregorian Chance can be coming up the rail.
It was kind of funny because right here it looked like it could be anybody's race really, and then the 10, like you said, just kind of pulled away from them all.
Yeah, and this at this spot, I thought Gregorian Chant was going to win on the rail. The 1 horse who splits there, But then this acceleration here late in the race, just kind of able to get the job done.
See the chasing already there. He's flying late.
Yep.
I think there's enough there from a few of these horses to worth trying to beat. That's what's nice about this race is you got a lot of horses that are familiar with each other.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And somebody mentioned the Churchill Downs turf course and how horses have not run well coming out of those races. So we'll see if that continues here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know. What's a day, man? I mean, Bleecker Street won the day before, didn't he?
That's true.
She won.
There's your favorite right there. You can see him from back there. Arrest Me Red. So, yeah, we're just chilling here. Everyone should go on Twitter and check out my interview with Mike Francesa, one of the greatest radio sports hosts of all time. He runs Costa Creed in this race, so it was just totally awesome. This is why you get to the paddock early, because he was just chilling. I'm a journalist. I want to interview you. He's like, "What you want from me?" I said, yeah. He just wanted, and I asked him about, his pick for the Belmont. I forget who he picked. Well, you see it. I forget who you picked, but check me out on the Twitter. Give it a like, give it a retweet. Me interviewing one of my heroes, Mike Francesa. I know Somich that loves Francesa, right?
He's fun, man. He's a blast on the radio in the morning. Really entertaining guy, especially for you New Yorkers. I don't listen to him very often, but he has a lot of fun on the morning show. But it's morning or drive time? Which one is he?
He used to be drive time. I haven't listened to that in a long time. I listen to the dude's podcast now when I'm in the car.
There you go. Nice plug.
On the way down, I did listen to the Magic Mike show. Went a little long at the end, but you guys had to wrap it up somehow. But it was good.
Money long, Slim. Money long.
How's everybody doing in the pack there? Anyone acting up as they saddle him up? Anyone catch your eye?
I mean, these are professional horses. You're not going to see anything too crazy here. But yeah, I mean, I'm over by the first 5 horses over here, looking at Arrest Me Red, Casa Creed. Looks good. It's a cool day today, so you're not going to have anyone sweating. You're in the low to mid 70 degrees Fahrenheit over here, so you're not going to have any sweat coming on these horses. But everyone's looking good. My horse is True Valor. I like True Valor. I see him right here. He looks a small little guy, but these are sprinters. You don't have to worry about it.
Let's see him. Do you see him anywhere?
Oh, hold on. Let me flip the camera.
We're going to see him, not you.
No, I like him too, so I really want to see what he looks like.
No one wants to see my outfit. Everyone knows what I look like. But yeah, I mean, basically, this is Gray's Creek. Is that how you spell that, guy? Gray's Creek. And then here's Omaha City. I don't have the odds on any of these horses, so you can just... And then the one is a Change of Control. A lot of people talking about this horse. I don't know why.
Really?
And there's my guy. I watched the second race with my man, Graham Ocean. I said, "Hey, Graham, I'm coming by the barn." I said, "I think you follow me on Twitter." And he said, "I hope I don't offend you on Twitter." And I said, "I don't. You don't."
I love it. That's great. That's great.
So anyway, 16 minutes to post. You can see right there. So I don't want to ruin your guys' thunder. What are you guys talking about for this race? We've talked about this race a lot. I mean, you got to get a price home somewhere. You hope it's here. I guess Clariere was a good price to start off the pick 5 if you had it.
Yep.
Yeah, we were talking about horses. So Arrest Me Red, obviously, your favorite, looking pretty good. I mean, the question was, how do you find prices to kind of fall underneath, or prices that you think can upset in this spot? You like True Valor, the 3. Is there any other price on the board right now that you're interested in using in a try or a super?
Is that a question for me?
Yep.
Yeah,
I like Phila D. Ariana. That's my long shot.
Going to the 9, currently sitting on the board at 25-1. Aaron mentioned him already and insulted all of Canada by saying Toronto was part of the U.S. Any reason why you liked him down there, Slim?
There's your horse, Smoking Jay.
I love it. He's looking good. Put a little cigarette in his mouth.
There's your horse, Smoking Jay. He's doing pretty good. I don't even know what this horse's name is. The 7 probably will win now that I said that. Gear Jockey. Oh, Gear Jockey looks good. Waving me away. Did not get killed here.
Don't get hit by a horse, please.
Who's that?
Don't get hit by a horse.
I know. No, I cannot. I cannot do that.
I think you lost him.
The big A had to tell me to get.
We'll jump out from Slim here. Slim, we'll get you 5 minutes before the post right on the track and let us know who you ended up liking. Any change of opinions based on that, guys? That wonderful live reporting?
I'm going to say no.
He did say Gear Jockey was looking good.
Yep.
Okay. Well, this is a Breeders' Cup winner in, for people that don't know that, for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint coming up in the fall at Keeneland. So another 3 straight Breeders' Cup winner in. Of course, the Met Mile coming up next for the Dirt Mile. So yeah, it's a serious race, serious horses, and serious contenders. I wonder. The 5. I mean, to me, the 5 should win. But if anything has happened today, and we know that favorites can be beat, certainly, and the prices on pretty much every other horse in the race are more than playable. So it's very enticing to try to beat them.
I mean, that's just the thing. You're getting the prices. You complain about a short field. Well, this one is anything but that. And like I said, we've made a case for a ton of them. You guys pointed out on that race replay all the trip trouble some of those horses had, and some of them going wide and some of them being buried down on the inside. So that's the reason. Listen, we've given you out the 3, the 9. We've talked about the 11. All double-digit prices here, guys. And so even Gregorian Shan, I saw some people in the chat. That's a horse at 11-1 that makes a ton of sense as well. So yeah, there's a lot of ways you could go. And again, I'll mention it again. This Casa Creed is 4-1. He won this race last year, and he won it very easily, didn't he?
He's also been working out wonderfully in the mornings. I mean, Belmont, not exactly known for just the gearing him up and firing out bullets. 2 of the last 3 workouts here, he has a bullet back on May 22nd, first of 107. The June 5th workout, 3 of 117. I mean, those are large workout groups that he is beating or running very well. That's not something that's normal for Mott. His horse's first time back from overseas. That's a concern for a lot of people. For me, with how well he's training, I'm not as concerned about it just because he seems to be in great shape right now. Yeah,
like I said, he's been in some tough races.
Casa Creed is certainly probably the classiest horse of the bunch, in terms of, this horse, the last 2 races has been in Saudi and Dubai, in big races. And of course, before that, it was the Breeders' Cup. And, before that, it was Kentucky Downs, and it was a grade 1 at Saratoga, so yeah, this horse ever since he won that Jaipur, last year, they've taken him down the list in terms of the tough races. And so by that account, he's back to his own stomping grounds. He likes Belmont. We know he likes the distance, and obviously he likes this race. So the biggest question for him is we haven't seen him since March, and you just never know how they come out of that, off those layoffs, and especially the back-to-back overseas layoff as well. So 4-1. Is he playable at 4-1 for you? Either one of you?
And he's playable. I wouldn't put him on top, but I definitely think in an exactor try, I think that price is fine. I mean, you just said it. He's the classiest horse in the race. Well, that's at 4-1. I think he makes sense to throw on a ticket for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to be using 5 horses in here in varying ways. I'm going to play the 4, the 5, the 10, the 12, and the 13. So he's definitely one of the ones I'm using, and I think can win the race. I mean, he's a horse that I had on the pick 5 ticket that's now defunct, and I think he has a legit shot at getting it done here. There's a couple of question marks. That's why you're getting 4-1. To me, I think he should be about the same price as Resting Red. I'm surprised one's sitting on the board. Well, I'm not surprised one's sitting at the board 5-2 and the other 4-1. But to me, he's the class of the field, as Aaron mentioned. The horse only $1 million earner in the field. He deserves a lot of respect. And Arrest Me Red, you're really looking at 1 or 2 data points that put him there. Casa Creed, you can point to 6, 7 races that puts him there. And so I'm not surprised. I believe he probably should be the favorite, but I'm not surprised he's not.
I mean, just someone had mentioned that Smokin' Jay was part of the syndicate with the Barstool guys, which I didn't know. But I like more now, Jared. They got me looking at because Portnoy's out there and he never gets old. Like these guys, he brings his I think he's like a friend or a family member or something to Elio, and they always get crushed. Like they bring stacks and stacks and stacks, and they just. Like I think he said he bet he said he told everyone the 4 was going to win that last race, but he played a 4-1 cold exacta, and so that's but dude, they sling cash around every time they go, but I don't think they're doing very well. But I did not. Did you know that those guys owned the Barstool Chicago guys?
I knew it was a Smoking Jay Cutler reference. I did not know it was Barstool owned.
Yeah. I thought maybe somebody brought that up yesterday, or maybe I'm dreaming. I don't know, but boy, Slim was right. That 3 is a tiny, tiny little horse. He just walked by just a minute ago. You guys were talking. He is a tiny little guy. Chasing Artie's looking really good just from the screen.
All right, we got about 8 minutes to post. You guys want to take a quick break and then come back with kind of final race analysis here and who we like?
Let's do it.
All right, let's What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Somich coming at you here, and today we're excited to talk about a new partnership over at RacingDudes.com, BetPTC. We just went into a partnership with them, allowing our users to be able to get not only a $200 sign-up bonus after they bet $750 on the site, but also a rebate. Aaron, you've been using BetPTC. Tell us a little bit about the rebate that you can get.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. You get up to 4% on your win wagers, 8% on exotics. And the great thing about it is with a lot of rebates, well, you don't get them at all with some. And with some, it takes a while for it to hit your account. Not with BetPTC. Immediately when that race goes official, A, you're going to get your payout, hopefully, because you've cashed your bet. But B, that rebate hits your account immediately. So if you bet $100 on a race, guess what? Or let's say a win, you're going to have $4 in your account immediately when that race goes official. And like I said, up to 8% for exotics.
It's pretty awesome. Make sure you check to make sure your state's eligible for both BetPTC and the rebate, since it does vary from state to state. If you're looking to sign up and take advantage of a $200 bonus, just click on this sign up now button here at betptc.com. Make sure you enter in all your information, scroll down to the bottom, and make sure you include promo code DUDES when you're signing up to be able to get a $200 bonus after betting $750. That gets deposited right into your account, and then you're eligible to get rebates back as well. So make sure you check out BetPTC and give them a shot to see if they can earn your business.
We're back. Sorry, I hate how I forgot that I never took that off of the end of that, but hey, we're back. Listen, the Turf Sprint, 8 minutes to post. If you haven't joined BetPTC yet, make sure you do get that $200 promo code, unless you're like me and you're in the state of California. You can't get it yet. I'm holding out. I'm waiting. As soon as BetPTC is ready in California, I will be the first one to sign up for that one. But guys, we had great coverage there from Saratoga Slim, talking about the horses going into the Turf Sprint, the Jaipur Stakes here, Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, winning you're in. Arrest Me Red holding at 2-1, and he was 5-2 when he won the Turf Sprint at Churchill Downs. But whether or not you believe it, the Churchill Downs turf horses, they haven't been running all together that well. Some good, some great, some pretty piss poor. Arrest Me Red, Aaron, are you worried about him at 2-1? Is that too short of a price?
No, it's about what I expected. You know, you're coming off a win like that. A lot of the same horses from that race are in this one. So it's kind of what you had to expect he was going to be. It was just really a nice turn of foot for him. It was very visually impressive at Churchill Downs last time out. Like I said, we'll see. Bleecker Street came back and ran really well, but obviously a few of these other ones have not. So we'll see what happens with there. But the good news is there's like 6 of them in this race. So maybe not very many of them will fire. And listen, 2-1. I don't think you could have expected much better than that on him.
Yeah, mute Magic.
Sorry, forgot about that. I was typing. He was 5-2 when he won the race there, and he was 5-2 morning line. So yeah, the odds are pretty close. But Mike, Turf Sprint races, a lot of it is so much trip dependent here, and so maybe he got a great trip, the perfect trip last time. Can he do it again here, or do you want to go somewhere else on top?
I mean, I think the water's a little deeper, and I don't love the price at 2-1. And to me, this is one of those races where you kind of have to demand value. I think there's a ton of horses that you could take if you're going with a straight win wager. For me, I'm looking at the 10 and I'm looking at the 12. I think they're the two best values on the board. I'm going to stick with Smokin' Jay as my top pick. I like the price at 19-1. I think he's got a shot to improve big time here, and if he does, I think he fits with this group. Obviously, it's a step up in class, but you're getting the right price to be able to take the swing. And then Gear Jockey. If you go to Gear Jockey and you look at the races he ran with Lascano, the 12 horse last year, he was very good. I mean, he won the Turf Sprint at Kentucky Downs, which is a heavily contested race, lost to Fastboat and Karatari in the Troy at Saratoga. Absolutely no shame in that. Was able to win at Saratoga prior to that, and then went to the Breeders' Cup Sprint where, let's be honest, no one had a chance after the break that Golden Pal got on. Getting back to Lascano now, I think that's a good thing. He knows this horse well. I think the pace sets up well for him. The trip should be good. And he likes the 6 furlong distance. And again, 8-1, very good price on a horse that has a legit shot at winning.
Shotty in the chats with you, Somich. This is an interesting one. Jared, I'll go to you. Who is getting last in this race? If you were going to say like one horse that absolutely positively out of 13 horses, 12 will make my ticket before this one is, who is it?
Well, based on how some of my picks have ran today, it's my pick. I guess it would be. That's a tough question.
Omaha City.
Maybe
what
like
Sammy run.
I kind of like the one.
What makes Sammy Run's not a bad pick?
Probably the 7. Yeah, is that what makes Sammy Run? Probably 7. If you want to get bold, you could go with like a like a True Valor or Casa Creed or someone like that. I don't necessarily love in terms of, I think they could be all or nothing kind of horses. So, but I mean, go ahead.
Well, you're picking Flavian Pratt for last. I love this. And Magic goes, that horse makes sense.
I know, that's why. But to be fair,
he sucks.
He finished last. Well, no, I guess he did beat the one horse earlier. On the horse I thought was the lock of the day. So, no, I think the bigger question, I guess some people can play who can get last, but the bigger question is who's gonna get first.
Well, we can go to somebody who's Trackside Live right now and give us his thoughts. Saratoga Slim, we got a few minutes to post here, buddy. Who's looking good to you as we get ready for this race?
I spread. I think I went 5 deep in this race. In the paddock, my paddock pick. I'm not Maggie. I'm not a Acacia, but my paddock pick was Gear Jockey. He looked glossy and ready to go, so I had included him in my pick 4 to kick off the pick 4 here. Got almost $1.5 million in the pick 4 pool. So I like Gear Jockey a lot. True Valor was my pick in motion. I like Grand Motion and Turf anything. If you guys hear a lot of background, I'll go on mute.
That's it. We're muting you in between, so yeah. Well, there you go. You're muting yourself too. That's good. Good info. Gear Jockey just seems like one of those horses that you can always rely on to show up and give an effort, whether or not he wins. It feels like 7-1, Aaron. This is good value on a horse that always is in these kind of races.
Yeah, he's no stranger to these. Like you said, he's been in a bunch of them, and sometimes he shows up and looks really good, and sometimes he doesn't. But yeah, he's no stranger to these horses. Pretty consistent overall. Really, he was hitting the board in almost all of these races until the last 4 or 5. He's kind of tailed off. He hasn't been quite as good this year, but he's faced some monsters. Let's face it. 2 races back, he got beat by Golden Pal, right? So that's not a bad horse. And then last time out, 9-1, kind of the similar price, ran up there, got 4th, and ran decent. So yeah, he's got a shot, no question.
We got 1 minute to post. We want to try and rip off a quick pick 4 here.
Let's do it.
Okay.
We're doing so good today. I'm sure this is going to cash. Let's do it.
All right, let's go here. I'll take the 10 Smokin' Jay. Jared?
I will. Oh, and hope someone else takes the 10. I will take. I mean the favorite. I'll take 11 Chasing Artie.
Magic?
I'm gonna take Gear Jockey.
And Aaron?
5.
All right. Second race here. We got Flightline, Speaker's Corner, Happy Saver, and Aloha West as the competitors. Do we want a single Flightline?
Yep.
Yeah. We're
Okay,
all
let's go. All right, let's go to the Manhattan here. Aaron, who do you want?
Oh gosh, give me Gufo. He's gonna win that thing.
Jared?
The Chad Brown Oddmo, whatever the hell it's called.
All right, Magic?
Channel Maker.
Oh, geez, man. None of my top 3 picks are taken. I'm going to go with In Love, the 5-horse.
Good
All right, and then on to the Belmont. Magic, you want to kick us off here?
We the People. There you go.
Jared?
Mo Donegal.
Aaron?
Creative Minister.
And I will close it out with Skippy
Barber Road.
Longstocking.
Oh.
Skippy Longstocking.
Okay, hang
So we
on.
got
Skippy
30
Longstocking or Barber Road? Which is the actual better choice there, Aaron and Jared?
Barber Road.
Skippy Longstocking, but that's
I said Aaron and Jared.
Probably Barber Road.
So we
Barber
got a-
Road, and that's a disgusting answer.
So we've got a $32 ticket here for 50 cents. 5, 10, 11, 12 with 1, with 2, 4, 5, 10, with 1, 2, 5, 6. That actually could pay decently too if we can dance in and out around those 3 races.
Yeah, it could. We probably won't get through this leg, but if we do, Flightline will definitely get beat next race. So.
I'm kind of starting to smell like this is the leg we get kicked out of.
So who knocks us out then?
Well, I mean, we're missing 9 horses, so just draw one out of the hat, right? Brian
Casa Creed and Gregorian Chant would be the 2 that would scare me.
Yeah.
The way it's
Casa
going,
Creed-
I'm scared of everybody we don't have.
Casa Creed to me, if Casa Creed it comes back from overseas, he's got a legitimate chance. The reason I left him off of my now dead pick 5 ticket is I was going to take a shot at a short price, take a shot against him when he's a short price coming back from that trip. So you never know what the horses can do, but it's not an absolute rule, right? We've seen horses come back and be just fine from that as well. But we're headed to the gate here, 9-5 on Arrest Me Red, the favorite, 4-1 on Casa Creed. Scuttlebuzz, 6-1. I kept calling the horse Scuttlebutt. If he loses, I think he's definitely a scuttlebutt here. Gregorian Chan, he's coming down a little bit there, Mike. 9-1, 7-1 on Gear Jockey for those outside horses. Does the outside post worry any of you people, any of you guys for the 12 or 13 horse at all?
It worries me. The 10 plus post is yet to win a turf, or the 10 plus post is yet to win a turf sprint in this Belmont meet. So that's not a great stat. And they are in the 10 and 11 holes. So that's one of my biggest concerns with those 2 horses.
We'll see.
It just mirrors. It look like rain. It looks like, I don't know. It looks cloudy. It looks like it might be starting to rain.
It might rain a little bit.
It's definitely overcast.
Yeah.
All right, let's get this.
Get him in there.
Get this home.
Let's get Smoking Jay home one time. Come on.
He's right there on the screen. That's a good-looking horse.
Mm-hmm.
Who's he? Who's his sire? His sire.
Hero Prince.
Yeah.
Pretty decent turf sprint. And Gray's Creek for Paulo Lobo. Can he get a surprise grade 1 here?
Gear Jockey's still
Calumet,
picking money.
they always show up.
Could be some light rain heading to Belmont within the next 30 minutes, it says. So doesn't look like anything heavy, though. All right, here we
We're
go.
all in. Here we go.
Oof.
Who didn't?
Your
gee.
Smoking Jay,
Smoking
not
Jay
a good
didn't
break
break.
for him there, Somich.
Oh, that
Well.
stinks.
There goes the 3. That's
That's what you want for the 3 is that lone lead like he had last time.
Yep.
And if you like the favorite, you also like where he's at because he's clear second.
Well, Gear Jockey and Gregorian Chant a lot
Yes,
closer
they
than
are.
me, too.
Nice positions for those 2 horses here.
Gear Jockey getting a great trip from that 12 hole.
Yep.
Where's your
Jared was
Smoking
the
Jay?
11s in there he is. He's mid pack there. You got the Rams red cap.
I don't love the way he's moving. That's
Backwards? You don't love the backwards direction
No.
he's moving? Okay.
No, the 10 just checked.
Well, he checked because Jared's 11 was going backwards in front of him.
All right, here we go. Arrest Me Red.
Thank you for clarifying that.
We're going to have a
multiple
good
times.
finish here. Come on,
Come
on, 354. Come in,
Valor's got more. Come on, 354. 354.
Come on, 4.
Come on,
Come
3.
on, four.
Dig
Come
in,
on,
3.
354.
Oh, get in
Come on.
there. Get in there.
Come
Go
on.
Casa.
Got
Go
it.
Casa.
All right, we'll take it.
Casa. Nicely
try.
done. Wow, defending champion Casa Creed. Mike Somich, take a bow. This has been your horse for 3 years now. You love the shit out of Casa Creed. That was an awesome run for when he pulled off the rail like that and Saez went go. 0 bounce off of Dubai, baby. Wow.
Yeah, he looked great there. I mean, that's once you saw him getting in motion, you knew he was going to be able to get the job done. It was a heck of a race from Casa Creed, and clearly
Right
coming
there.
back from overseas, not an issue.
That 8th pole, man, he just went, okay, 8th pole, time to go, and just
Yep.
pulled him right out. And man, what a move!
Chris said it best. This was a great ride by Luis
Yep.
Saez. Holy shit, was this a good ride? Because it really seemed like the 5 and the 3 ran their balls off there, but man, the 4, perfect trip. Now, of course, just like we said with Rich Strike, the horse still has to do it. You can save all the ground you want. The horse still has to fire, and he did. This was a great ride by Saez.
And those outside posts, nothing. The 10 didn't break,
No.
but the 12 and the 13 both had no excuse from where they were, and they were not able to get it done either. So I'd keep that in mind for those later turf sprint races.
Well, I will say, Mike, the 10, to your credit, he got smashed by the 9 out of the gate. That's why he was last, is the 9 went right when the gate broke open. So not a good spot. Saratoga Slim is there live, and he's going to join us as soon as his camera allows. We'll pull Slim here in just a second, but get the reaction from the crowd. Turf sprints, we always talk about it as Racing Dudes teams. This is probably our favorite race to watch live because you get so many horses, and off the turn, it's like it's the Pete Aiello call. Who do you like? Who you got? Like, you can get anybody home. All right, Slim is back. Slim, what's
Wow,
the reaction?
what a
What's
race.
going on out there?
What a race. Oh, Casa Creed. I told you. Casa Creed, I just interviewed his owner, Mike Francesa, and I put him in the winner's circle. That's a good
So
luck
interview.
Slim, dude. Good luck Slim. I did it.
Well, Slim,
I had yes. I had Casa Creed in the 2-day double to Jackie Warrior for $10. I don't think it's going to pay much, but Jackie Warrior to Casa Creed was a nice 2-day double I just hit. So very happy. Belmont, my main man, wins the race. And I mean, I thought True Valor could hold on at some point, and Arrest Me Red was coming. True Valor ran a huge race. I mean, he led the whole time, and he held on to 3rd, but they just came a little bit too much there. Great race, though. Casa Creed, repeat winner. Just like, I think Disco Partner also won this race 2 years in a row, correct?
I think so. That sounds
I
right.
could be wrong.
Yeah.
I could be wrong,
Slim,
but I think so.
I want to give you credit too, Slim, because your Saratoga Slim backside vlogs on the YouTube channel, you've been at the Mott Barn, and you said they were very confident in multiple horses this weekend coming in. So you have Casa Creed, who runs well here. They've had other horses showing up. Looking ahead a little bit, the Manhattan, your boy Channel Maker in the Manhattan. What do you think about him for the Mott Barn?
Yeah, the Mott Barn's been doing good today. So yeah, I got Channel Maker in my pick 4, so I can't get beat by him. I think we talked about it on the live stream on Thursday that Channel Maker is just one of those horses that if you don't have him in there, he's going to beat you. If you have him in there, he's going to run like crap. So we'll see what happens today. But yeah, the Mott Barn has been running good. Wakanaka got 2nd in the Just a Game, was able to pass in Italian at the end of that race. So yeah, Mott Barn.
How's the weather there, Slim? It's starting to rain. Is it heavy? Is it light? What's the rain like?
No, just a drizzle. Just a drizzle as they come off the racetrack here for the Jaipur. You can see this Casa Creed in the infield getting the flowers put on them here for the Jaipur Grade 1 win. No, just drizzles. You know, it's been like this on and off all day. It's not going to affect the racing. I guess you said on the radar it looks a little bit spotty.
Oh, that was
Did
me.
you look
Yeah.
at the radar, Aaron?
Yes,
Did you-
I'm sorry. I thought you were
you're like,
talking to
Aaron-
somebody.
No.
Sorry.
Aaron was like, it looks like some rain is coming in. But were you looking at the radar?
Yes,
Okay.
I was looking at the radar. It looks like rain might be there in about 15 minutes, but it's very light. So I think you'll be okay. You're not going to melt.
That's always the thing that my wife always says to me when it starts raining. I'm like, oh no, it's raining. She's like, you're not gonna melt. So I'm okay. I'm
I love
okay.
your wife,
But
so.
I know you guys. The only
Everybody
reason I'm
loves
coming
Slim's
back
wife.
is so here it is. I'm going to yell out to my man right here, Mr. Bill Mott. There he is. Congratulations, Mr. Mott. He didn't really give me much of a reaction there. He didn't give me much of a reaction, but here he is. Your Jaipur back-to-back winner, Casa Creed, the Somich horse. When the Magic Mike show just began, Somich gave out this horse at a Gulfstream pick 4, blew it up at like 1801 or something. So Casa Creed is a fan. The dudes are a fan of Casa Creed, as you can see. He is getting his picture taken in the winner's circle. And there is Mr. Mike Francesa in the middle of the whole thing there. So hopefully everyone can see this. But anyway.
That's looking good. Slim, we appreciate it, buddy. We'll let you go.
So
go
what we got
celebrate.
next? All right,
I'm
going to jump
Go get
off.
Bill Mott's attention. We'll see you before the next race. Saratoga Slim, 1 in a million, like that guy. Yeah, exactly. He should have just jumped right in the winner's circle. They know who he is. Bill Mott probably didn't hear him, but they know who he is. Trust me. Everybody knows.
When I grow up, I want to be that guy. He just has fun all the time, and he's so much fun to be around because it's always something. Like screaming at Bill Mott. Bill Mott's like, I don't give a crap about you right now, Slim.
It's a great one.
Exactly.
Let's see. I want to touch on something here. The Sunriser brought it up in the chat about the trifecta. If you've been playing the live bankroll article with the Racing Dudes Wagering Guide, it's been an up and down day. We just had a huge up from that one, a $24 try box with the 3, 4, 5 and the 11, who just, maybe if he'd drawn the 6 post, Jared, he probably would have had a really good shot in this race. A 50-cent try pays almost $99. So you got just about $200 back for a $24 try box. And that's the Racing Dudes Wagering Guide live bankroll article. Aaron, Jared, take a bow. That was you guys. That was a great job there.
Hey, let Halterman take the bow there because we had that, but a last minute idea, let's just call it. Halterman's like, let's box this instead, and that's what did it.
I mean, sometimes a blind squirrel finds a nut, and that kind of feels like what this day has been. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you guys. My opinions have sucked for a lot of this day, but I really love True Velour, and we got down to it, and I just said, listen, let's just box it. There's 13 horses in this race. We've missed a couple tries on guides where we've gotten cute when we didn't need to. Sometimes you have to play a wheel and things like that. But here I didn't think it was needed, and it helps. Listen, we're ahead now. We're ahead. That's great, but we're not out of the woods yet. We still got to cash one more of these, and hopefully we can. But that was a big get-back race for us, and it's massive that we got that one.
Yeah, really great. I knew that I knew that we had Chasing Artie, and I knew that we had Arrest Me Red and True Valor. I couldn't remember Casa Creed was in it until you started screaming or cheering really hard for 3, 4, 5 or whatever the order was that you were hoping for on that one, Aaron. But that was really exciting. So yes, if you were playing with us, thank you so much. Really enjoying it. Elijah, no, we can't show the races. Unfortunately, they have a very tight, especially because now NBC's broadcasting. It'd be one thing if it was on Naira, but they don't even get to show it. So NBC has the exclusive rights. We're a growing company. We're making money. We haven't made enough money yet to buy the rights for Belmont Stakes Racing Festival broadcast privileges. We're working on it. If you do want to help us get us there, you can donate through the YouTube Super Chat. So there's a donate button down there. Go ahead and throw us some money, and eventually we'll be able to start showing races for you guys.
About 50 years away from that one.
I'll be dead for sure. So,
I mean, we could show it. It's just the thing is, like everyone was like, if you like what we're doing, we don't need to show it because that will be the last time we do it. So we will be sued, and then we have to fire Magic for sure. Somich will be next, and then next thing you know, we have legal battles, and we're gonna lose those. So yeah.
But what about Papa Dude? Can he stay if that happens, or no? He's out too.
Yes, he's the face of the company when that happens.
He's not part of the one paying the legal suit.
Didn't Papa Dude pass the bar?
Yeah, that Halterman money all gone.
Yeah,
come on, look at Papa Dude And tell me you want to sue that face. Come on, you don't want to sue that face. Make him the face of the company, man.
I don't know about that one, Magic. Maybe off a little on that one.
All right. So, in the words of my good friend Magic, we are back on track. And it is time for the Met Mile.
Well played. Very well played. I wrong? We kind of got on track.
Latrusca put a little bump in that road, but we are back. We just kind of
every track has a turn,
and then you had to get off track to get back on track, Jared.
Exactly.
So you had to have something in between that 1-5 winner.
It's not a comeback if you never drop off.
But we're back. We are officially back, and we have 35 minutes for the Met Mile, which, of course, is going to feature Flightline versus Speaker's Corner. And, hey, if you like Speaker's Corner, frankly, if you like any horse in this race other than Flightline, take your pick. And no shock, 1-5 on Flightline. We kind of thought this might happen. And, you're going to have to invent ways here to try to make money.
Well, a good way. Mike, you brought up a Magic Mike show. I think this is a good thing to talk about. If you put a strong opinion, whoever you like to win, if it's Speaker's Corner, Flightline, whomever, put that horse on top and put a couple horses underneath. So, Mike, talk about your opinion here.
Yeah, I mean, I like these races. I like to try and play tries where I'm not going to use both of the horses because you're going to have a ton of people that play the 1-2-3 or 1-2-4 straight try here. I'm going to play the 1-4-3 cold try and see if I can run the 2 Speaker's Corner out and just hope that, hey, Flightline's faster. Speaker's Corner tries to go with him. Speaker's Corner quits. Flightline keeps going, and the 2 closers run up and take it down. I don't hate the idea of trying to play a 3-4 or 4-3 exacta cold if you like one or the other. And just you hope that you see what we saw with Latrusca in search results where they just both give up and you have 2 horses coming from the back that end up filling out the exacta and helping you pay a lot of money. So for me, I think there's a couple different ways you can go after this. It's all about, do you have an opinion between Flightline and Speaker's Corner? I do. I think Flightline's the better horse. I think Flightline could really make Speaker's Corner kind of feel bad, if you will, like just kind of lose some of the heart by how fast Flightline is, and then hope that the 2 of the closers can come up and grab those underneath spots.
Yeah, I mean, the problem, Jared and I, when we talked about the bankroll, at first we're like, yeah, well, let's bet a win on Flightline. It's like, nah, we're not do that. Like, we know he's not going to be worth playing. And then you think, okay, what will an exacta pay 1-2? Well, that's not worth it either. So we kind of did the same thing. We're going to single Flightline on top and try to get some prices home with this exacta. So yeah, same kind of idea. You're going try, we're going exacta.
Well, and to me, I think if Flightline wins, the chances are better than if Speaker Corner were to win and Flightline could finish second. Like, if Flightline wins, I think you have just as good a chance of Speaker's Corner finishing second as you do a bunch of them. Because if that would mean that Speaker's Corner had to try to run the Flightline, it didn't work out, he got tired, and then someone came up. And so while obviously they could very easily run 1-2 because they're the best 2 horses in the race, you're kind of having to create an idea of how you can make money. What do you think? What is exactly going to pay? You have it up yet, Somich, on the like a 1? Let's take out the 2. Let's play a 1-3 or a 1-4.
Oh, yeah, the 1-4 is paying $6. The 1-3 is paying $9 right now.
And that's for $1, correct?
That's for $1, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're getting decent value back for both of those exactas. The 1-2 is paying $3 right now for $1. And it goes back to like why I'm trying to play the try here. If you run the 2 out of the try, it's going to pay. I mean, it's just that simple. So I think it's worthwhile trying to be a little bit creative with this race. Don't go crazy, but try and be a little creative and figure out how you can, use what you're going to bet and not just play the 1-2 here, which is, the most likely, as Jared said, the most likely result is 1-2, right? But I think there is more value in trying to be more creative and find another result.
Yeah, and it's just $3 exactas are tough to swallow. Especially, here's the other deal with it. Unlike, let's say, the Matarere race when Echo Zulu scratched out. Obviously, there was just nothing you could really do. There was just no horse you could sink your teeth into. Here, okay, we're going to try to beat one of the favorites. Okay, where are we going to go with our other options underneath? Well, Happy Saver is a very nice horse. This horse hits the board all the time. Aloha West won the Breeders' Cup Sprint, so you got a couple of nice horses. You're just rooting. Again, if you think Flightline's just not going to show up, okay, Speaker's Corner, and let's root for that to happen. Or if you think kind of what Somich said, Speaker's Corner chases is like, I don't like this, and then he kind of quits. That's what you're rooting for. That's how, I mean, really, it's the only way you can play it unless you're just praying for like a total meltdown, which I just don't see happening in this race.
And if you do like Speaker's Corner, you're getting 12-1 on the 2-4 and 23-1 on the 2-3. So there is some value if you're trying to play one and playing then the two horses that are logical closers in the second spot. You just got to kind of pick which way you go. I wouldn't, you don't want to spread out your money too much here, because if you do, you start cutting into what those will pays would be. Like if you bet them both, right, then your best result there is 6.5 to 1 on your money, right? And so you got to kind of decide which way you want to go and how you want to weight it. But I think it's an interesting race from that perspective if you're trying to play exact. It's like for me, if I'm in a tournament, a cash tournament, I would have a large 1-4 exactly here, because that's a great way to try and get 7 to 1 on a horse running second in my mind. That if you hit it hard enough, you can make some good money. I mean, the Lone Star tournament that I did well in, I had a $500 exacta that paid $7, right? And that's a great way to boost yourself way up the leaderboard quickly.
The thing about Flightline here, and I've seen some questions about what happens if they they burn each other out. He to me is he wins for fun, or he's nowhere. He's Latrusca, like that kind of race. Because he's just like he's just an all or nothing kind of horse. I feel like in this race, and so if you're playing multis, there's no like you either single him or you play against him. You don't go one or the other in that case. When it comes to playing exotics, like you can wheel him in the top spot, or like you say, leave him off of it. But I don't think there's any one way, or like I don't think you can do both. You really got to me, and that's ultimately why I picked him. I don't think that Speaker's Corner can get to him. As long as if he runs anywhere near his last two races, it's over. Because even if, and I don't think this is an if really, because I think, there's nothing to say he doesn't want to go longer, right? But even if the mile is pushing it, I have a feeling he'll just be able to put them all away so early that he can just kind of cruise home and it won't matter. Think back to like Nick's Go style, where he just would destroy the horses early and then they just had nothing left late. And I don't know, Flightline looks like a superstar to me. And we're due, right? We're due for one of these like legit horses to come in here and just absolutely roll.
You're pissing Jack Christopher off, but yes, we are. Well, I wouldn't be shocked if we see a second one today.
Hey, I had him, but I'm not over speak of the devil. Okay.
Oh, she was frustrating.
It's crazy because these bankroll guides that we've done, when we had a really strong opinion to win, we've never lost. And that's dating back to the 2020 Breeders' Cup. Anytime we had 100 or more on a horse, they always would win. And this was the first one that lost. And so that's hard to get over sometimes, obviously. So I feel you, Jared. I feel you. If that horse wins, we're not worried about anything. We've got plenty of, we're up no matter what happens these last few races.
Yeah. That's and not only did she not win, she
didn't show up.
No. They're still watching her in the inner turf course. They're watching her finish this race because she's still running. I mean, that's how bad she was.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a bummer. But
we're back.
Past that. I'm past that, as you can tell, and I'm here to make money. So we've got three big races left. Of course, the Met Mile, the Manhattan, and the Belmont Stakes. So I'm just thinking out loud. Did we play Casa Creed in that pick? We didn't, did we?
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we're dumb.
I told you we'd lose.
That was the next one too, like where it's like, we should have put an extra $8 to put Casa Creed in there.
Yeah.
Anyway, what can you do?
We'll definitely go 3 or 4 now. So, Scotty wants to know about Happy Saver.
I mean, like I said, very consistent horse. I don't think he's quite good enough to win here, but he's very consistent. And if you have a couple horses don't show up, don't run their best, he can do it. This horse has hit the board in every start of his entire career. So you know what you're going to get out of him. And that's kind of why we thought, hey, he could definitely get second in this spot.
Well, look.
Oh, my God.
We have a guest.
Holy shit. Look at this.
I figure I only come out for the big races. Flightline's out, so I'm here.
How How'd you get down there? You don't have a pass.
No, we're just standing outside the paddock.
I was gonna say,
Doesn't look like it to me.
With Slim, you don't need anything.
He's using Aaron's press credentials to get in.
you look just like him.
I was going to say they're really checking hard today since you and I look so much
Hold on.
alike.
I don't know if he wants to be on TV.
Oh,
He's on the live feed. We got Steve.
It's going downhill,
What you
folks.
got him at mine?
Going downhill.
Flatline all the way. Flatline distances them.
Distances them. Unbelievable. So here's my guys. Real dudes. Horse racing fantasy league comes down to the bitter end. Steve, Paul, you guys in it at all? You have no chance?
I've been out it for a long time.
Hey, ask. Hey, Slim.
We're hoping to hang on to third place.
Third.
Ask Paul if he's wearing his punishment outfit today. Is that shirt his punishment outfit?
Oh, this is his punishment? Wearing this. Look at this. Look at this shirt. I don't know. That is almost like a punishment shirt. So anyway, I'm going to go get into the paddock, and I'll talk to you guys later.
See you guys.
All right.
There we go. We got him off of there. That's awesome.
Boy, we Slim and Paul, those guys jump on and we lose everybody. So that's
Well,
it's you and
it
me
was
now,
the
buddy.
shirt. It was the shirt.
It was a shirt.
Oh, that was great. Now, there's nothing better than a day at Belmont. I'm very jealous that they said the crowd was light because Belmont on a light crowd day is so much fun. It's this massive place, and it just feels like it's all yours. And so I wasn't missing being there until that screenshot there. It's like, oh, man, that's my guys, and they're having fun. And Belmont's a fun track, really fun track.
It is massive, too. It is just absolutely huge. I remember I went there for the War Emblem Belmont. That was the first time I ever went to Belmont. And it's just, you can't really explain how big that freaking track is. It's giant. And so it's cool to be able to walk out there and watch or go out and look at the 1.5 mile track. The crowd was packed that day. It was absolutely crazy. I've never been to Belmont on a slow day. I was there for the Breeders' Cup and then there for that specific race. I would love to go at some point when you can kind of have your run of the place. I really like Santa Anita on days that are slow because there's a nice bar in between the paddock and the racetrack. You just kind of go back and forth. And so it's a blast to be at some of those tracks when it's not just completely packed.
It's a lot like Santa Anita because Santa Anita is huge as well. And like I say, it just feels like it's your own. It's funny. First time at Belmont for Jared and I, it was the American Pharoah Triple Crown. We had never been there. And gosh, we were just like children, so excited to go to Belmont. We may see a Triple Crown. We loved American Pharoah. And you're right. The first thing you walk into that place and you look out at that and it's like he's not going to win. There's no way. How can you go gate to wire here? Look how long that turn is. And it's like, I'll never forget. He ran the half and they put up the half. It was a good time. And I said, oh, he's doing great. I said, and Jared said, look, he's on the middle of the first turn. That doesn't mean anything. Look how far he still has to run. So it's a beautiful place. And like I said, just Belmont on a day that it's not busy. It almost like going to the races in a library. It's just It's quiet and peaceful.
You can go find your own corner and you won't be bothered all day. It is amazing that they go 1.5 miles is one time around. I mean, you think about like Saratoga and they run the 1.25 mile races and they have to use like the chute at the start of the stretch because of how small that track is. And so it's really interesting when you have this huge juxtaposition from how big Belmont is to how small Saratoga is. And especially in the turf races, I think it's important to kind of watch some of these horses because the turf courses at Belmont are so wildly different than the turf courses at Saratoga. You have 2 on each of them. But man, the turf courses are so tight, especially that inside turf at Saratoga. That turn is just ridiculous when they're running those sprint races. And at Belmont, you have these sweeping wide turns with this huge stretch. And so it really plays to horses that specifically like one course or the other.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Naira has definitely got 3 different styles of racetracks. So, Aqueduct is a beast of its own as well. So you're right. And that's sometimes that form from Belmont just doesn't translate up to Saratoga. One high profile horse we could talk about, Nick's Go, he hated it, Belmont. I mean, He hated it with a passion because he's quick around the turns. That's where he separates. Well, that's a long sweeping turn and it kind of levels the playing field out on him a little bit. So then he pops up to Saratoga and it's like, oh, they will never catch him. He could run 6 miles, and they're never going to get him. So, it's great. Really, Saratoga speaks for itself. We don't have to get into how great that is, but it is. The NYRA tracks are a lot of fun. I've got them both ranked up there pretty high. Never been to Aqueduct. Have you been to Aqueduct?
I have not. No. I wouldn't mind going at some point. It doesn't look wonderful, but I love going to racetracks. I love going to smaller racetracks. We did a video, our top 5 like smaller racetracks that we've been to. I absolutely love Lone Star Park. If you haven't gone to Lone Star Park, go to Lone Star Park. It's an absolute blast. I love that place. Great atmosphere, live crowd, and places like Canterbury where they take so much handle from the actual people at the racetrack, and they do all these fun promotions. Like I think they have zebra races one day. They have the little corgi races that go on. They actually have like a corgi circuit where they have corgi races and you come back after you win to try and win the championship. There's a lot of places to go that are a ton of fun. I know you feel the same way, obviously, about the smaller tracks.
Yeah. You talk about Lone Star. Just up the road from Lone Star is Remington Park, and they're very similar. Lone Star is kind of Remington on steroids, a little bit bigger, a little bit more places to go. But yeah, it's awesome, man. It's awesome.
That's probably an accurate comment here from Chris saying Aqueduct is the moment you realize you're an addict. When you're driving across country with your wife and your dog and you realize it's Remington Park's opening night and you force her to go, that's when you realize you're an addict.
Well, I did that once with Presque Isle Downs, so I understand, Somich. I really do. But no, listen, we'll meet up at Aqueduct one day, and maybe we'll meet Christopher up there as well.
We gotta do dudes live from Aqueduct. That just roll out there, right?
Would we be the first show to ever do a live show from Aqueduct?
I bet it would be pretty easy to get the press approvals from Aqueduct to do that if we asked.
I would think so. Yeah, I would think we could do it. They would be like, "Where do you want to set up? We have all this room." So they'd probably stick us outside in January and be snowing.
I doubt we could get Jared to go though. Jared, live dudes show from Aqueduct. Would you go?
How much you pay me?
You own the
nothing.
Yeah, I'll go. It depends. Like, can we go in the off season?
Well,
like,
I mean, so you want to
hold there, like not during.
When is Aqueduct running? That's not the off season.
March. Let's go to the Wood.
Yeah, there you go.
Wood's in April. Yeah, that'd work.
Yeah, I'd go that.
Yeah.
All right, dude's live show from the Wood. That might be a little hard to get credentials for a live show from there.
Nah, it'd be fun.
We got that. NYRA loves it. As long as we got Saratoga Slim associated with us, they'll let us in.
Then we're good.
Maybe one of these days he's going to get us kicked out of NYRA. Let's see. We are 18 minutes to post, 2 to 5 on Flightline, 7-2 Speaker's Corner, 5 to 1 on Happy Saver. So that's your third choice there. But I mean, what price are you guys willing to play Flightline? I don't think it's going to happen on a win bet, but what price would you be?
I would want like 4 to 5 even money, and even at that, I would rather play the exactas just based on the way that I play. Because I think there's more value in trying to run the 2 out than there is betting the 1 to win, unless you're getting like 2 to 1, which is a freaking never going to happen pipe dream. So for me, I think playing the exactas in the try with the 2 not in it is the better way to attack the race than even betting to win it even money.
Yeah. I'm with you. It's just you can't play him at 2 to 5. You just can't, and I don't think he's going to come up more than that. So that's a tough spot when you really love one. A lot of people will love him right there with you, and so you get 2 to 5. And again, the 5-horse field hurts that as well.
I don't know how many of you guys use Thorough, but we're big fans of Thorough over here, and we've been using them a lot lately. And the Flightline numbers are just baffling to me. He's gotten back-to-back -5s, which in Thoroughgraphs, the lower the better, and negatives obviously better. Back-to-back -5s, and I don't know that I've ever seen a -5, let alone back-to-back -5s. To counter that, Speaker's Corner has ran a -1, a -3, and a -4 his last one. So he's improved with each race, and obviously -4, -5, they're right there. But the -5 under wraps both times is impressive.
Well, and just to give a little nod to the Thoroughs too, you mentioned they've been doing very well today. We talk about Speak of the Devil, and we mentioned Real Glory. You want to talk a little about the Thoroughs there and kind of what that said leading into that race?
Sorry, I choked on my whiskey. What'd you say?
Tell us how good the Thoroughgraphs have been doing and why we should have been on Regal Glory instead of Speak of the Devil.
All right, that was made that one a little stronger than I normally do. I was celebrating that trifecta we hit. Yeah, so if you look at them today, they've been quite telling. Regal Glory. I kind of mentioned to you guys, before we went, when we were doing the recordings for those races, Regal Glory was kind of a standout. Speak of the Devil had gotten a 3 on that States debut there last time out at Churchill Downs, which is not bad, a 3. But, in Italian, got a 5, been running 7/8 before that. And then you look at Regal Glory, and Regal Glory was a horse that just has been dominating. Had a 1, 1, 1, and then a 0 last time out, Regal Glory. And so a 0 to a 3 is very telling. It's very that's a very vast difference. So that was a big, I was like, and I told Halterman that even yesterday. I was like, listen, I get it's just numbers, but that she's a standout, and she ran like one for sure. Fearless was a standout on the Thoroughgraphs. Of course, won the Brooklyn, so that was a good one. And of course, Jack Christopher was a very clear. You don't need sheets for that to see that horse was a standout in that race. I will say the one kind of Latrusca, I wouldn't call her a standout. She had gotten a 0 last time out at Oaklawn Park, but typically was more like of a 1 horse, just run kind of steady 1s, 1.5s. Which put her obviously ahead, but Malathaat had a 1 last time. Clariere has been running 1s, so it's certainly search results had a -1 last time out. So it definitely showed that when we saw Latrusca obviously ran worse than we could have imagined, but the race was a very competitive race, and it kind of showed that way.
Yep. Yeah. No. Dead on there, and it's interesting having those different aspects of it with thoroughgraphs, buyers, time form, and it's good to have different ways that you use to handicap. We got Slim here that's joining us. Before we bring him in, I want to pull something up real quick. We've got the will pace here for this is the Met Mile into the Derby double. So I think it's interesting to just kind of pull this up because what we've seen is that We the People was going to be a bigger price, but if you look at these double payouts right now. You're seeing Modonegal as the favorite. You're getting $5 back for the Flightline Modonegal. We the People sitting at $6 as your second choice. And to me, the interesting part is Ness is your third choice right now here at $10. It's about $100,000 in this pool, $90,000 or so. But it's our first real look at a double pool into the Belmont that to me is more telling. So any surprises here when you look at what these will pays are, guys?
No. I'm going to say no, and not really. That's kind of what I thought it might be. No, I think that's more in line than what I thought and what I've been seeing as the actual odds. I think that's about right. I thought Ness would take a lot of money, and it looks like she's going to. But everything else looks about right to me.
You got Creative Minister, Rich Strike, both paying $13 with the one flight line. So they're going to look like they're going to be both somewhere in that 5-1 range, 4-1 range, I would say. We the People has been at 6-1 to 8-1 consistently all day with as much as 2.8 million in the win pool. So we'll see if We the People takes a while late win money because that's what this double pool is kind of telling you right now. Let's start over to Slim. Slim, how's it going, man? What's going on in that paddock?
I got my man Ryan Martin here. If he grew a beard, he could look like Jared, right? That's what I've always said. But now that Jared has the beard, Ryan Martin, if you don't know, does an amazing job at the NYRA, one of the best riders for the NYRA. So
Thank you.
He's here with me. He's a man who gave out, hopefully somebody had the Fearless quote that we talked about in the live feed. People asked why Fearless, could keep on running. Ryan got the quote, but I'm going to turn the camera around here as they come at us. Hold on.
He's like, I don't.
Here,
He's
Brian
totally
wants him off camera, but here they come. This is the man right here. This is the show here. Everyone's come to see this man run.
How does he look in person? Is he as big as everyone says?
He looked pretty big to me.
Great
Crack reporting from Saratoga Slim.
Can you give the camera to Ryan and let
There's
him
my boy.
report on it?
Mott won the rest of the race, so Mott double coming up. Mott
Yeah, I want
coming up,
to see
buddy.
this Flightline beast.
Casa.
Come on.
So does Flightline
No, he
look
just was on the screen.
significantly bigger than Speaker's Corner?
Can you see these horses? That was Happy Saver. And there's Informative. He's like, what's forming his eyes right now? Hold on. They'll come back around, so. They'll come back around with their jockeys on, so.
So what do you think, Slim? How
Anyway.
does Flightline versus Speaker Corners look? And can you hear us? Give us a thumbs up if you can hear us.
Can you? What? Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh,
Can you
there
hear
we
me?
go.
Yeah, we can hear you. You're just not answering any of the questions we ask.
You know me. I'm in the paddock for the Met Mile. This is Jared says when I'm at the track, you talk to me. It's like I'm talking to a wall. So I'm sorry.
No, it's
I hear.
What's that earlier in this
It's nothing new to me. I know
Here-
that. I just listen.
Here you go, guys. Here's your.
Can you go measure Flightline for us?
Look at this horse. Look at how tall this horse is. Such a.
So we're gonna go with he is pretty big,
Such a
considering you just
beast.
said that's all he is. Man, he looks.
I have no idea. Yeah.
Let's speakers. Go get him,
You just look
speakers.
at Flightline, and he just looks like a specimen. Man.
Get him,
Like,
speakers.
if that horse runs back to those races, he's gonna be so tough here.
He's gonna be fun to watch, one way or the other.
Breeders' Cup winner, Aloha West. Happy Saver.
He looks good.
If I read on him, and then we got this Informative. Oh, happy.
Yeah.
I mean, these are grade 1 winners here. You're not gonna have. You're not gonna have donkeys running a Met Mile, I hope. But
Now,
then
Slim, you mentioned-
Informative will probably win after I said that.
You mentioned you're going here with the Mott horse. Tell us why you're going Speaker's Corner here, Slim. Slim.
Riveting. Riveting
That's
information.
That's the case for Speaker's Corner right there, folks.
Because I love that. But in all honesty, Speaker's Corner, there's a term in horse racing it's called the jackpot. Speaker's Corner is in the jackpot in this race. He's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. If he lets Flightline go, Flightline can err on him. If he tries to press Flightline, it might be to both of their detriments. Be Saver wins. So there's really.
I think we all know what he's saying.
Yeah, I think we're gonna jump out. We'll try and get with Slim as he gets to the track there. He lost some internet there. He's making a good point. He is damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. If he presses Flightline, he's in trouble. If he doesn't press Flightline, he's not going to be able to get by. That could be a problem for Speaker's Corner here, right?
That's the problem. That's the problem. I mean, you literally. What I would do is press him because you're never going to win if you don't. So I would just try to go after him and hope that he folds and just hope that he's not good enough. I don't think that's going to be the case, but if you take off of him, you're just praying that he falls apart. And how is he going to fall apart if he's just cruising?
Yeah.
Well, and Mott said it this week. Like, he's like, we're not just because I get the Flightline's in there, but you can't let him go out there by 6. We're not. I mean, so he's like, we're not going to go out of our game really. So will it be like some sort of nose and nose kind of thing? Maybe not, but I certainly don't think Speaker's Corner is going to be more than a length or so behind Flightline because he's going to have to be. And if you do that, the key to that is if you do that, you still are hoping Flightline stops, but from there he stops. You Speaker's Corner wins by a dozen. So you really just need Flightline. It all really comes down to is Flightline the real deal or not. If he is, then it doesn't really matter what the two could sprout wings and the one may not be beat.
Yeah, does he show up? The Sadler ship thing has been something that people talked about a lot. He kind of got that monkey off his back, but that is still something that people mention anytime Sadler's taking a short price horse to a new track. I think Jared asked a nice question here. Anyone got to pick 3? We've got 3 races left here that we're going to cover on the Belmont card. We've talked a lot about this race, a lot about Flightline, kind of how to play this race as a single race. Do you guys think? Let's go with this. what cold pick 3 would you play here if you're trying to create some value and you're playing through the next races? And just to give you an idea right now on the double side, you're seeing a pretty short double here. You're seeing $4 to Gufo, $8 to Satine. Next choice then is the 4-horse at Hamo at $10. Is there any double that you like to play here? Is there a pick 3 that you like to play into the Belmont that you think is interesting? Start with you, Jared. Sorry, I didn't throw that at anyone.
Well, I think that if you're playing a pick 3, I mean, I think you obviously go flat line here. You go. I'm probably going to have to single Mo Donegal in the Belmont, which is dicey, but I think all things considered, in that turf stakes race, that's where you're gonna have to hope to get creative and hope that something happens. So there, I might play like a 1-4-1 kind of set. Put 3 or 4 horses in that race there, and maybe you try to beat Gufo and you put in I like Tokyo Gold a little bit as it's 30-1. Rock Emperor, there's some in there. Channel Maker, like any of those horses win, it's not that unlikely. That's how you create value into that race. Or if you want to get, the other way to play that is that you could play like a Gufo with Creative Minister and, you like Skippy or whatever. Try to beat. The key is you got to beat one of these favorites somewhere in this sequence and take your pick wherever. Flightline obviously seems very unlikely to lose, but if you do beat them, then it pops, right? Even if it's Speaker, it still pops because I'm going to guess he's being pounded, right? In all the pick 3s and whatnot. So to me, I think you play Flightline, but if you don't like him, like you like Mo Donegal, single Mo Donegal and try to beat Flightline and play Speaker or whatever.
I think Jared makes a great point in trying to avoid playing favorite here, right? So you don't want to play the 1-2-6. That's not the one that you want to play cold. Aaron, what do you think on the pick 3 side? Are you going to play any? Is there one that you like cold? Is there any value that you see in this sequence?
I'm not going to play any because my 3 top choices are the chalk. I think that if you're going to play one, though, I believe you would try with the 2 here. I would not even bother with the 1 if you're going to play. I would do something like 2. I just hate this 10th race so much. I hate I would go 2-2-1, something like that, and just try to beat favorites in the Belmont and in this race and take the favorite in the 10th. I just, I know Gufo is like, that is such a boring pick in that race, but I just hate those other horses in there. And so I just can't, I have a hard time going against them. And if you single the 2 in that race, well, people are spreading. So you might actually get a little bit of a bump off of that one. So listen, though, if you're playing a pick 3, if it starts with Flightline, you better be playing it for a lot because if this horse wins, it's going to kill a lot of the prices unless you just really get a long shot home in the next 2.
Yeah, I played a cold pick 3, 1-9-6 for $50. And then I played a $10 pick 3, 1-1-5-6 with 6 for $10, right? So I'm playing 3 prices in that middle leg and the outside of 2 favorites. I've also got a 1-9 double that I played here too because I like Santine in the next spot. I think that Triphuvan is going to be lone speed. I think Santine's going to get a perfect trip right behind him. And I like the fact that he dug in Churchill and was able to get the job done there. So I do think that, and now like that Churchill, hey, the turf course isn't playing that well. Well, Arrest Me Red just ran really well last race, and Casa Creed ran a monster effort to get by him. So I'm not all that concerned about that. I'd like, to me, Gufo is one of those horses where I just don't trust him at a short price. If I'm betting Gufo, I want 4-1, 5-1, 6-1, something like that. From Emmer's perspective, he's definitely good enough to get the job done here. But it's tough to really rely on him.
Okay, well, we'll wait till the 10th race. We got to have something to talk about leading up to the 10th, so I'm not going to press you on that yet.
Look, he is. I don't want to say he's the best horse in the race. I don't necessarily believe he's the best horse in the race because I think Santine can still improve, and I think we've kind of seen Gufo. Although both of his efforts this year have been very good, it's just he doesn't always like to win.
I know. It's not really an indictment on that. It's just like, gosh, this field's not very good. But I agree. He gets screwy. He's his own worst enemy in that race.
Well,
I think he beat better horses the day he won up at Saratoga last year when he probably was his best race. And I think he wins here if he runs that kind of race.
I kind of look at it a little bit in between, a little bit more like Somich, where it's like I get that. Yeah, it's not a great race, and he should win. But because it's not a great race, he's going to be lower odds than he should be.
Yeah,
and you can't trust him. To Somich's point, in a race that's not very good, where you're going to have an overbet favorite, why not take a shot against? And that's kind of where I'm at with him. Because he's going to piss you off if he loses, because he's going to make his little run and won't, be spinning his wheels late, and you know how it goes. So yeah, I get that he is a deserving favorite because the field's not great. But yeah, we can talk more about that as we get close. We're 1 minute to post here. It looks like they're just about to head to the gate. Final thoughts on the race. This course is a Breeders' Cup win. You're in for the the Breeders' Cup Mile, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, I should say. Final thoughts.
Flightline is creeping up in price, which is really surprising to me. He's now 1-2. That's interesting.
Yeah, he's been bouncing back and forth between 1-2 and 2-5. I'd love to see 1-2.
I'm playing the 1-4 exactly. I'm playing the 1-4-3 try and seeing if we can get the 2 out of here. I mean, that to me is the value. The value here is, like Aaron said, like, either if you like someone in the next race, play the double, right? The 1-9 is paying $17 for 2. I think that's a fair price. You're getting essentially 8-1 on Satine. And that to me is if you believe Flightline's a pretty much a lock here. I do really like Flightline in this spot. And then the value is getting rid of either Flightline or Speaker's Corner if you're playing in the single race. So you kind of have to decide which route you want to take there. We'll see. It's going to be awesome to see Flightline run here. Hopefully he brings the A game and you get to see him at Speaker's Corner bang heads and see what happens.
Yeah, all things aside, whether it's an unbelievable match race, so to speak, with 2 really good horses. Well, one that's kind of improving himself out there, but still has to prove that he is up to this level. And then you've got a horse like Flightline, who we haven't seen since the Malibu, but by all accounts looks like a freaking superstar, and making his return here. And it's really. You really only need these 2, really, frankly, in terms of let's see how they, and by the way, 2 horses that like to do similar things, right? So this is going to be a hell of an interesting, especially first half of this race. One thing about this race is last year we were there, we were watching this race. Of course, we had Knicks go, and like Halterman alluded to earlier with Belmont, you did not like Belmont, and you could tell while they were in the turn, it's not going to go well for Knicks Go. You could just tell. And Halterman said it. He said it immediately. He's like, "Oh, we're in trouble," and we were. I think it's going to be a very similar situation here, where we're going to know kind of what kind of trouble or how good we're feeling about Flightline based on how he's running the first half of this race.
That's been the theme, right? We knew with Latrusca, if you watch I think we got a replay of it now up. It's like we were saying, "Oh, she's screwed," and we knew with some of the other ones, not as much. So, all right, we're loading in. Here we go.
You knew with Speak of the Devil as well, when she didn't get past Root for Glory.
Yeah, you knew you were in trouble there. Yep.
So,
certainly didn't make that same move she made at Churchill. So, yeah, you're going to know. And then on top of that, where's the 2 in relation to the 1? So that's going to kind of help determine this. I don't know, you guys. I'm a little nervous. This is
a fun race.
This is an exciting race, and I'm just happy to watch it.
You just want Flightline to show up, right? Because if he does, you get to see a superstar, and you get to see how good Speaker's Corner is. He's a great horse that's been improving. So you really want him to show up.
Bring it. I want to see this this opening half. What's it going to be?
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if you see a high 44, low 45, right?
Oh, and he gets the break.
He didn't get out very well.
What I say in Magic Mike's show, he has problems breaking, but look at how quickly he gets back in.
He just got cut off.
Speaker shut him down.
That's what you needed to do if you're Speakers. That was smart. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to work out, but that's what he needed to do.
Oh,
I can't wait to see the head on of that.
Holy shit.
And he's refusing to let him have the rail.
Yep.
Somich, what I say on Magic Mike's show? I said that's the exact thing that you had to do if you're Speaker's Corner.
That's
the
smart.
break is the issue.
Brilliant ride by Junior there. Now Flavian's going to kick him out to the outside and see if this horse can. I mean, by all accounts, this pace is nothing new to Flightline. It's not like they're going incredibly fast. We'll see. He looks like he's about to eat, so here we go.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's still in real good stride.
45 flat wrong. By Speaker.
45 flat.
Oh, come on.
Here we go.
And here he goes.
Here
Dude,
comes Happy Saver,
Brad's
too.
not moving, folks. He might be putting away the 2. Come on, hold the 4 off.
And Somich,
Come
you're
on.
right. Here comes Happy Saver.
1, 4, 3. Come on, baby. Get out of here, 2. Get out of here, 2.
Get that 2 out of here. Get the 2 out
1,
of the
4,
exact.
3. Come on.
Come on, Happy Saver.
Come on,
this-
Happy
yeah.
Saver.
Come on,
Pete.
Happy.
He's
There
got
he
him.
is.
He's got him.
he's
Now hold it
back.
off.
Now here we go. Come on. Come on.
Come on,
Let's
baby.
end this flight line.
Woo!
Come on.
There we go. There we go.
Boys.
Woo!
Boom.
Man, I wish the 3 got up for 3rd.
Boom. Boom. 1, 4,
Whoa.
2, 3, 5.
Yes.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
We will take
133
that.
and a half. He did a mile in 133 and a half without being asked.
He did a mile in 133 and a half without being asked, having to check twice and missing the break. Let's
From the
put it
rail.
completely in context.
And had to do something he's never done. Well, 2 things he's never done in the past, which is be off the lead and go longer than 7 furlongs. And he won just he
Ends up getting 5-1 on that exacta.
I can't. There's not enough you can say about what we just saw. That was such a good performance. Even though I thought he would be on the lead going gate to wire, I never was really panicked because you watch him and it's like he's smooth, he's into stride. They ask him to go up, he gets shut off again. No big deal. He's still smooth into stride. That was an amazing effort by that horse. Great job.
You got to credit both rides there. Alvarado did everything right. He saw a flight line didn't break, took the rail, put him in tight twice. Pratt did everything right and didn't panic either time. He didn't fully check the horse. Then he wheeled him out wide and said, I'm the better horse. I'm just going to run right on by you. I don't need this rail. He didn't keep pressing the issue there. So there's 2 very headsy rides by both of the 2 favorites. And Speaker's Corner just couldn't go with him. And as soon as he got by Speaker's Corner, you could tell Speaker's Corner's like, all right, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yep. Yeah. You know what? It's funny. You kind of, you always get burned by thinking too early in a race, but you knew as soon as he headed him, you're like, we're going to hit this exacta because Speaker's quitting and Flightline sure as hell ain't getting past.
I was just worried as soon as he passed Speaker's Corner, I was like, all right, Happy Saver, please don't get brave and try to run up and beat the 1.
I know, right?
I knew the 2 was toast. I mean, how Somich laid it out and how we laid it out is exactly what happened. The 2 has just never had a challenge like that. And when that horse just went right by him, he just said, I can't do this. Like, what is this all about? So that was
would have been sweet if the 3 got up for 3rd, but we'll take it.
that was awesome.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of want to see what happened there. Did Aloha West realize that he just was he just not closing enough ground there? I mean, that was a hard ask for a horse that closes to try and close into.
So
all of that.
More impressed with Flightline or Jack Christopher today?
That horse.
Flightline.
Yeah.
Because he had, even though it was a small field, he had everything go wrong. And by the way, the horse that did it to him is a damn good horse in Speaker's Corner. And they went 45 flat, like they were moving. And he just kind of set chilly,
Now, what do you do with Flightline? We talked about this with Jack Christopher, how he can stretch out. Flightline's by Tappet. Indian Charlie on the bottom. He can stretch out too. And we now know he can rate. Any interest in seeing this horse go 2 turns, Aaron?
I think they could go as long as they want to with him. It's just a matter of keeping him sound, right? It's not like he was slowing down today. 2-turn race with his kind of speed. Yeah. I mean, as long as they can keep him healthy, I don't think there's a distance limitation at all.
Yeah, wouldn't it? How's the Speaker's Corner, or a Life is Good versus Flightline matchup if that ever happens? That might be kind of fast. What do you think?
We got some fun horses in training right now. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of times we talk about how you have some of these horses that aren't that interesting. Man, we've got a lot of interesting, fun horses right now, and hopefully we see Flightline again soon. That would be like the one thing you're crossing your fingers about. It's so awesome to see this horse run. We've only got to see it 4 times now, and hopefully we get to see it a couple more this year.
I was just going to tell Magic, I said, make that big here. Flightline's getting ready to come in to the winner's circle, and Slim's right there on site for us.
See if he can yell at Sadler and get ignored as well.
I'm not going to yell at Sadler. He doesn't know who I am.
Say he knows who I am. I could be there to help him.
That was domination, and you just don't see it often. You just don't see it in one of the biggest races of the year that a horse crushes like that. And I don't know what this horse is capable of.
How excited are you for Saratoga, Slim? You got Flightline and Jack Christopher both hopefully go there.
I mean, I hope this horse runs in a Whitney. I mean, why not? Usually, I mean, I don't. How far can this horse go? Do you think, Flightline?
Tap it on the top.
Yeah. So, I mean, why rest him up and get it ready for the Whitney, and then Whitney to the Breeders' Cup? I mean, I would say unless he goes to they ship him back and he just goes Pacific Classic, but I don't know. That's a 1.25 mile race, so I don't think they stretch him out that much. The Whitney's a 1.1 miles, so maybe. I don't know.
We don't really have a 1.1 miles race with his kind of spacing in California that would work out. So that'll be, it almost is like Saratoga to Whitney would be the right spacing.
Here he comes.
Here he comes.
There he is. Look at that.
Good looking.
Horse is good. The horse is good. This horse is good, right? This horse is good. Flightline, you believe in him? All right. That guy thinks it's good. That guy thinks his horse is good. We're good. That's the report from the street.
Jeez.
All right, Magic, you want to start running some of the capsules here as we prep up to get Manhattan?
You're muted there, Big Shot.
Who do I run with first? Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't muted.
This is Magic's first live stream.
It is. It's not like I did this for 7 hours on Derby Day while y'all were drinking and having fun.
Hey, you saw the Derby result. We weren't having fun.
Yeah, we're having more fun.
I saw the tweets. I
wasn't.
know what happened.
I had a fun day.
Well, speaking of which,
we had a fun day.
Let's get things out of the way. Here is your 2022 Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, and what Mike Somich thinks about him in the Belmont Stakes. We'll be back in 4 minutes and 24 seconds, folks.
What is going on, everybody? I am Mike Somich for RacingDudes.com, coming back at you with some Belmont Stakes Contenders capsules, and I was lucky enough to draw the one and only Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike. So let's talk a little bit about Rich Strike. Obviously, a huge upset in the Derby, winning at 80-1, getting an absolutely wonderful ride by Sonny Leone. Had a hot pace up front, the fastest opening half mile in Derby history. Sonny Leone was able to ride the rail, make a nice move, get up and get around the fading Messier, and then get by Epicenter down the lane to be able to get the victory. Let's talk a little bit about how he got to that Kentucky Derby, though, because I think that's a big part of how you may or may not want to play him come Belmont. So he debuted at Ellis Park, ran a mile on the turf, came back at Churchill Downs, broke his maiden in, was claimed out of that race in a $30,000 maiden claimer where he got a buyer of 65 going over that Churchill Downs dirt. Then comes back an $80,000 allowance, runs third, comes back at Fairgrounds, runs in the Gun Runner, loses to Epicenter by 14 lengths, then runs 3 times at Turfway Park, slightly improving with each one of those starts, capping it off with a Jeff Ruby Stakes where he runs third and gets an 84 buyer, which at the time was his career best buyer. Now, that's over synthetic. His best buyer over the dirt before the Derby was that 65 at Churchill, where he ran and was able to break his maiden. Now, why is that so important? Well, he ran a 101 in the Derby, an absolutely monster number compared to everything else that you've seen. And you got 80-1 in the Derby, so you got the price where that outcome was actually worth the amount that you were able to pay for the win bet. Now we're coming back here in the Belmont, and we've got a little bit bigger of a question mark in my mind. So first off, let's talk about what his price is going to be, because that's a big part of why you bet horses. He's going to come back between 3 and 4-1 on Belmont Day. A lot of that money that poured in on him, the people that won at 80-1, is going to come right back. We saw that at the Preakness, where every one of the long shots was bet down. and that you didn't have anybody go off over a 20-1 number, even though you probably should have had a couple horses that were close to 50-1 in the Preakness. A lot of that Rich Strike money is going to come back, and it's going to pour right back in on Rich Strike. So you've got to ask yourself, do I think that last Derby effort is going to get replicated? And if I do I believe 3-1 is the right price to be able to bet him if it gets replicated? In my case, I'm going to go with no in both of them. First off, when you look at that Kentucky Derby, a lot of what he was able to do was pace dependent. He was able to run down a fast pace, but the last quarter mile from everyone up front was wildly slow. He went in sub 25. No one else was sub 25 for that last quarter of a mile. So he was able to take advantage of some very, very tired horses going a mile and a quarter because of how fast they went up front. Secondly, if you look at his main rival, or one of his main rivals here from a betting perspective, Mo Donegal, and you compare the two trips, they were side by side in the backstretch. Mo Donegal went, I believe it was 8 or 9 wide around that far turn, while Sonny Leon saved all the ground. In a smaller field, you're not going to have that large of a discrepancy, and Mo Donegal didn't miss by that much and lost momentum by going that wide. So you're taking a significantly worse price on a horse that is going to be in a significantly worse position, who is coming off a career best effort that has no validity when you look back at the past performances. So all of that being said, Rich Strike, wonderful story, amazing outcome in the Derby. It's awesome that he won at 80-1, absolutely crazy. I don't have any interest here at 3 or 4-1, and that's my biggest issue with Rich Strike in this spot. I'm not going to use him on top. If he wins, I lose. I may use him in the third spot in the try, something like that. But for me, Rich Strike is not a win contender in this year's Belmont Stakes. Thank you very much for watching this Belmont Stakes capsule for Rich Strike. Make sure you check out the YouTube page for Racing Dudes for all the different contender capsules that we're going to have for everyone running in the Belmont Stakes. And make sure you subscribe so that anytime we go live, you know about it. Good luck at the races.
Good luck is what you needed for some of these, but we've had good luck lately, guys, and we are, as they say, back on track. So how are we looking moving forward here off of the Met Mile and into the Manhattan Stakes? Aaron Halterman, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Are you kidding me? Turned out it was going to be an all-time disaster, and after 2 races, it's going to be a great day. So
stay the course.
Stay the course.
Funny. Because Jared did ask that question, and a couple of people, it was before the 8th race, and we just said, stop panicking, just stay the course. And that's from guys that have experience doing this. I mean, what happens is the 8th race, we hit the try. The 9th race, we hit the exacta, $20 worth of exactas in the 9th. And what happens, though, and if you panic and you change things up, it's like, oh, this shit isn't working, then you miss those races that you would have hit. So you just have to stay the course, and sometimes it doesn't work out, but it has on this show, and I think we just needed to go live sooner, Magic.
Sorry, next time we'll make sure we cover all 8 grade 1s in the stupid Brooklyn Stakes and try and talk through that 1.5 mile race. We are looking at the Manhattan Stakes. This is the big race before the Belmont Stakes, and it really, if you look at this field of 10, I don't know that there'd be any one horse that you could point at and say makes no sense that horse won. It'd be a surprise for some of them, but it wouldn't be a complete shock here. So, Aaron, price-wise, if you were looking at a horse at a price, who do you think would be, that's a good horse right there?
Jeez, I mean, you said it, right? I mean, these horses are just, it's bad. Listen, I ended up on Buffo just because they're bad. These horses are bad that he's facing. I mean, you look at last year's race, this is way worse than last year's race where he got 3rd. As far as the price goes, and this is just sickening to say, but Rock Emperor's best race is good enough here, and he's 12-1. But this horse is just, he's allergic to winning, so it's hard for you to say that, but this is the type of race he can win, right?
Well, the price is right. I mean, you mentioned the allergic to winning. You kept having to take bad prices on Rock Emperor because of the hype. And then he finally breaks through in the Turf Classic Invitational at 16-1. And you're getting back too close to that price. That's part of the key, is that you're getting the right value on a horse like this. So I think Rock Emperor makes a ton of sense. Magic, could you pronounce the one's name for me?
Limperator.
I think Limperator is an interesting horse for Brown. No, teeing that up, baby. We saw yesterday Cancel have a 50-1 shot for Chad Brown, almost go gate to wire in the turf feature. Limperator went gate to wire as the other Chad Brown horse last time out. But if you look at what Limperator has done here, I like the big time step forward in the 5-year-old season. Now we're second off the layoff in the 5-year-old season. I think the horse could run a big effort. And I think that right now 25-1 on the board is a great horse to use underneath, and one that I have in my pick 5.
Nobody else. Sorry, my dogs are barking. That's why I'm on mute.
So Halterman, the pipe dream of 30-1 on Tokyo Gold is no more.
Yeah, I think everybody kind of knew that, right?
Yeah, I didn't expect it. I mean, to me, that horse, it's that one was a case of, well, it's not a great field, and when he came over here in the past, he didn't run that bad, especially this first race over here. So it's like, well, if this thing completely melts down and Gaffo hangs like he does, I mean, why can't he do it? I picked the 4 at Hamo. Is that right, Magic? Sure, we'll go with it. At Hamo.
I don't see Manu anywhere, so yes,
it's not correct. Good whenever your horse, Chad Brown, on the turf with Pratt and Malathaat and those guys is 9-2, right? That's not a great sign for me and anybody else picking this horse on top.
Yeah,
I go ahead, Aaron.
Oh, well, I was just gonna say he sucks. That's why. I mean, honest to God, like I don't. If he didn't have these connections, what do you think the price would be? Like he has been pretty bad in both starts here in the United States.
The Fairgrounds race, he hung like nobody's business, right? I mean, he should have won that race, 80 times out of 100, right? And it's Cavalry Charge you're trying to run down. It's not like this is a superstar we're trying to run down. No offense. Cavalry Charge. No excuse Churchill either, when he just got beat. And so you kind of have to be like, well, I have 2 data points now, and both of them point to the fact that he doesn't like to win. Is this someone that I want to be playing? And so I left him off of my multi-race tickets because it's going to be a short price. I think you make a great point about the connections. If this isn't Pratt, Brown, and Malathaat, this horse is 10-1.
I think one thing that could help him, I think Belmont is a track that's kind of configured for him. So I think the change up to Belmont's going to help a little bit. He's just a grinder, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try to get him a little bit closer today because he just seems really one pace. So if you could get him a little closer where he doesn't have to pick off as many horses, maybe he can do it. But yeah, I mean, the Fairgrounds race, I was all over him, and he was terrible, and I was just like, I'm never again am I gonna use this horse. And yeah, he wasn't very good at Churchill in another race. But listen, we talked about this yesterday a little bit. This male turf division right now in this country, it ain't good.
It reminds me of the Sadler's Joy days. It was like 3 years ago when you consistently had awful favorites because whoever won the previous race never won the next race. And so you and the public would consistently gravitate toward those horses that won recently. It's kind of how I feel right now with these longer turf races that like Gufo's getting bet because the last 2 races were pretty good, but you really want him at 2-1. Like it seems like you got to try and avoid the favorite and consistently look for prices in these.
And maybe that means that Hamo's going to have a shot today because I think, he's 9-2 right now. I think he'll stay right around there. So maybe it is a situation where you take your turns and it's his turn. That's possible because I agree it does. There's just no standout. I mean, this Santin horse, I know he won last time out, but hell, at Hamo beat him at Fairgrounds in that race we were talking about. And Santin has kind of failed a couple times in some spots. And maybe last time was his turn, and he was the right price. I don't know. By the way, they're showing American Pharoah's Belmont if anybody wants to watch the Belmont live feed.
I do.
I still love that they're doing this. I mentioned it earlier. I think it's a great thing. If you go on Travers Day, they show every single Travers ever run from like 8 a.m. to 10 p. or to 11 p.m. on this feed. You get to watch Travers after Travers after Travers. It's a great way to pass the time after you ran for tables in the morning.
Yeah. I think Jared and we went to our first Travers last year, and that's something that we talked about too. It's like, wow, look at all these old races they're showing. It's cool.
Yeah, it's a blast. Magic, you want to make the case for In Love? I know we both talked about In Love on the Magic Mike show. We both like this horse. Talk a little about In Love and Paulo Lobo bringing this horse in here.
Yeah, so, his 2022 debut didn't go as planned, but going into that race, he was working so well. If you remember, Lobo had him and Ivar, who were both Grade 1 winners, going a mile on Keeneland's turf course. He had both in that race, and he scratched Ivar, and he said on TV when they had, he's like, In Love was training too well. I think he's going to win this race. And so it didn't go as planned. He ends up looking like he's had 5 months off, but Lobo's been very high on this horse, and he put him in the Keeneland Grade 1 last year when he looked like a long shot and looked like he might not fit, but he ends up getting the win. And I think second off of the layoff is a good angle, but he's bred to handle this distance. He actually has, especially from the dam side, has a lot of stamina and pedigree from stamina in his pedigree. But he's also a son of Sunday Silence. So yeah, don't worry about that.
That sounded like a glass.
It was an empty bottle. It's okay.
Keep the kid out of
He's a
there.
grandson of Sunday Silence, though. So, he's got that going for him as well. There should be no issue with him distance-wise. And if you believe that, 15-1 is a great angle on a Grade 1 winner who beat a lot of good horses to get that Grade 1 at Keeneland.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think In Love is really playable here at 15-1. I don't have any distance issues. Paulo Lobo is one of those guys who just kind of steals some of the races like this, where you see him win at a big number and it's kind of unexpected. So I think In Love is interesting. Jared, any love for In Love here?
Slightly, not. I mean, I think he certainly is a horse that, because one of the things about this race that I liked was, in terms of why I picked that at Hadmo, is that he's going to get, he didn't have any pace, and not to say he did run poor, last time out, but he didn't have a lot of pace in that race either. You're going to get it here with several horses that, are going to be forwardly placed here. And so obviously having the Trubuven, sure. There's this is like the ultimate, the ultimate race of horses.
Just ask Magic.
We should just have an insert. I just say the number 7 and then
Trubuven,
and we just go on. But no, I mean, so you're going to get a lot of pace in here. And yeah, so if I think In Love, makes sense in terms of that late pace and should be able to be coming late. I didn't love the last effort. I get that it was a layoff, but 15-1 though, more than fair. That's the biggest key for me there. I would be more than happy, especially when you look at his last 2 of his last 3 races has been triple-digit buyers. So he's capable of it. Let me look. You can go on, but let me look at some of these thorough graphs, and I'll get back with you.
All right. So while Jared takes a look at that, Aaron, if it's not Gufo, who is it, or who do you like underneath it a number?
It's any of them, right? I mean, I like the 6. I think Chad has kind of set this up like he set up the Philly race yesterday, the New York. It seems like there's a couple in here that are set to go to the lead, and he's kind of trying to set it up for Hamo and Rock Emperor, which is hard to say with a straight face that you would set up a race for those 2 horses. But that's what it looks like now. You almost caught a big price on one yesterday, Somich, that he was like, hey, maybe a rabbit, but there's not a lot of speed in here, so maybe. And so maybe you could do that as well. But I think it's going to be quick, and so I think it does lead to the closer. So you're looking at Gufo, you're looking at Tokyo Gold. Rock Emperor is who I chose as the brown closer. And listen, I think Channel Maker gets first run on the leaders. I mean, does he have anything left? Is he good enough? I'm not sure, but I do think he gets first run on these guys. I think he gets sucked down. So I'm interested in Tokyo Gold, Rock Emperor, and just kind of see, obviously with Gufo as well.
Can we talk about how bad that Elkhorn was, though? I mean, Bama's boy ran second, or third. Another mystery ran second. And
It was bad.
There was not a lot in there. So he didn't beat much. I don't like the argument that you didn't make the argument, but the argument off that race that he's like, there was nothing in that spot.
No, there wasn't. I can't argue that. I mean, there really wasn't. But again, you want to throw me a horse, I can pick it apart in this field, even the favorite. And like I've admittedly saying, listen, there is just nothing in here that's going to get you real excited.
Now you're playing Gufo, and Highland Chief beat him last time. So you're playing Highland Chief, right?
And no, because I think now the pace is going to be completely different in this race. I mean, if you watch that race, you had to feel like Gufo was the better of the horses there. He just got away with, or Highland Chief just got away with crazy fractions on the front end, and I don't feel like that's going to happen again. By the way, I mean, Gouffo finished ahead of Jaipur last time out. Now, he didn't run very well, but still, I mean, he's finished ahead of a horse that's a lot better than what we're going to see today. So I really think Highland Chief doesn't get the trip today. To me, it's a very easy race if Gouffo shows up. And if he gets goofy, then it gets wild.
Jared, how are we looking there on the sheets?
So Gouffo is a very standard kind of 2 number. Like he got a 4 last time out at Belmont. He got a 2 at Gulfstream Park earlier this year. Last year, he kind of was right in that 3 to 2 range, ran a 4 at the Breeders' Cup. But kind of the 2 is where I would put Gouffo. So Tokyo Gold seems like even whenever he was over here running at Belmont, ran 6s, ran a 5 last time out. So he's definitely going to need to improve. Hadmo 4s, been running 4s pretty much consistently. So he certainly could improve. He's going to need to – you kind of wonder what the soft pace did to those numbers a little bit, and you kind of saw that with Gouffo last time out, I think, as well, in terms of his number reflecting that. In Love, got a 6 at Keeneland on his return, but if you think he can run back to last year, then he's certainly eligible to win here. He ran a 1 at Kentucky Downs and back-to-back 2s to end the year, 2.5 at Keeneland and Del Mar. So if you think he can get back to that, so he's going to have to improve off that 6 he got it last time out. He certainly is in the ballpark. Rock Emperor was awful last time. But he's a weird one because he can throw in a 1. He throws in 3s, he throws in 5s, he throws in 20s. He got 20 last time, by the way. So that might be the
good?
The higher the worse.
I talked about the record low on Flightline earlier. 20 might be the record high. Treboeven, he just runs kind of his own. He ran a 7 last time, 10 at the Breeders' Cup, 3s, 2s. Like if he gets brave, he's eligible to get a piece of it. Him winning would be a little surprising. Highland Chief ran a 4 last time out in that race that Gouffo, like Halterman talked about. A 7 before that. He would be pretty shocking to win this. Santine, he's the horse, and very clearly, right? No shocker. He's the horse that should be the standout. He ran a 5 to start the year, then ran a 2, and then ran a 1 last time at Churchill. So he's certainly on the right track. He's improving with each race. And then Channel Maker, he ran a 1. That Keeneland race was a 1. And, in his career, he ran a lot of 1s, lots of 1s. He ran some negative 1s. But, of course, the end last year, he ran some 5s and then ran a couple 4s. So the 1 was kind of surprised. He's a little bit like Treboeven, where he's capable of running like a lower number, but he also could pop a big one and kind of shit the bed a little bit. So, and my good friend Dan phrase there for you. Santine is a standout in terms of the numbers go. Certainly going in that right direction. But when I look at this, it to me is a very wide open. There's no clear this horse is, there's no flight line, so to speak, in here at all.
What was the 1's number last race out? Just out of curiosity.
Let's see. The 1's last race, I didn't skip the 1. Was a 2.
Okay.
2 last time out.
And that was his best race, right?
Yeah, he matched his bet. He actually ran a 2 last year at Aqueduct at the end in November. And then he ran a 6 at Gulfstream, ran a 6 at Tampa, and then ran a 2 last time out at Belmont. So he's another one, right? That he's capable of running those numbers. He's also capable of not running well at all. So I think what we're seeing here, at least by the numbers, and again, these are just numbers to go off of, but it seems like there's a bunch in here, and kind of what Halterman said, there's a bunch in here that are capable of winning, it's just which version of that horse is going to show up.
Well, that's what makes it such an intriguing race, right? Because Aaron, you made the point that Gouffo was probably the best horse in here, but you're not ultra positive you're going to get the best version of Gouffo, and that's really where the issue is, because after that, it just becomes wide open.
Yeah, that's why this race is just it's a head scratcher all the way around at times, and that's why it could produce somebody that we're like, I didn't see that happening whatsoever in any way. Again, though, I am happy that a lot of these New York turf races, you don't see a lot of speed, and it's like a Highland Chief win. I really don't think we'll see that, at least. But Jared wrote down the numbers, and it's like, well, I'm hearing a lot of the same number: 2, 1, 3. It seemed like everybody's had one of those numbers. That's when you get a little bit scary.
Well, let's take a peek at the daily doubles here, because you can obviously play a double into the Belmont here. So I think it's worthwhile to kind of take a look at it and figure out, all right, what are we expecting from a price perspective heading into the next race? So I'll pull that up here. And again, what we're seeing here, you're going to have Modonegal as your favorite. This one's interesting because Nest is right there as a second choice in a lot of these. You're also seeing some money on the one horse, We the People. Obviously, it's going to be a pretty mature double pool. Guys, is there anything that jumps out from a daily double perspective here? Is there someone you want to play Gufo into? Is there someone that you're a long shot you want to take a price with a big time daily double? So, Aaron, do you see anything that kind of jumps out at you here?
I'm going to get my eyes working here. Let's see here first. What's Rock Emperor to Modonegal? $38. Let's take a swing. 6-6, Somich.
38-1 is not bad. I mean, it's interesting. No. You look at the double payouts into this race. Gufo's paying $4. Okay, like Flightline is I thought lock into a 2-1 horse shouldn't pay $4. The 9 horse Satine is paying $9 for $1. That to me is kind of wild. So you can see some of the value in here, and like there's spreading happening in the Belmont. When you look at this, really, if you're not playing the 2 or the 7. Everyone else is getting bet in the Belmont. So you get some opportunities to try and make some money here. Jared, does any of these double payouts jump out at you as something you want to take a shot at?
What is – let me pull up the Belmont here. So I know 9.5? What's that?
36-1.
Yo, how about – give me some of that. I mean, Santine with Creative Minister, like that's you're getting 36-1 on that. That's not bad. I mean, I think that Santine's a legit horse to win this race, and if this thing collapses or if this horse is kind of the first, I think Creative Minister is going to get first run on him and Nest are going to get first run at I would imagine We the People, and see if he's good enough, but. You're creating monster value off of that's the McPeak era that I can play, that 36-1 range.
I've got pick 3s live to the 5, the 6, and the 9 through Flightline down to the 6 Modonegal. I'm kind of interested a little bit in the 1-5. You get 194-1 with this one horse on the inside that ran a 2 Thorograph last time out, first time out as a 5-year-old. Logical improvement here for Brown, second out as a 5-year-old. You got 194-1. That's pretty good. I mean, even if you want to play to the 6, you get 71-1. Those are some pretty ridiculous numbers that you're pulling if you want to try and play the 1 here on top, which I know it's a little bit of a price, right? Looking at 25-1, but at least you get monster payouts if you're going that direction.
There's some great entertainment on the Belmont feed right now. Man, they're just singing up a storm. It's awesome.
All
Sorry.
right,
I wasn't paying attention. I was listening.
Let's jump into our second capsule here. We'll take a quick little break here. We're going to jump to Modonegal here for 5 minutes and 19 seconds. So we'll be right back.
What's up, boys and girls? Jared Welch, RacingDudes.com here again to talk Belmont Stakes contenders. And I'm going to look at the main contender in my eyes, Modonegal. Listen, I think this horse is the one to beat on Saturday in the Belmont Stakes. If you look at him back in all of his races, he's ran 6 times, 3 wins, 2/3. He's probably the truest horse in the field. You just know he's going to bring a run every single time. And, if it weren't for a Kentucky Derby, perhaps a different, maybe if he gets the trip that Rich Strike got and vice versa, and Rich Strike got the one he got, let's not forget he also drew the rail, Modonegal that is, in the Kentucky Derby. finished 5th. Maybe he wins the Derby. You go and watch the top of the stretch of that race, and literally Mo Donegal's maybe 10 spots to the outside, 10 wide of Rich Strike. And of course, he's closing. They're both closing, but Rich Strike got the dream trip, and Mo Donegal, unfortunately, was drawn wide. But he just kept going. Couldn't quite get there. Again, finished 5th just behind a simplification that day. But again, he's the truest horse in the race, because whether the pace is fast, where it was in the Derby, or whether it's a mild pace, or maybe you have a lone speed kind of situation, he gives you a run. He's a multiple Grade 2 winner. His only Grade 1 attempt was that Kentucky Derby. He's going to try to do it here in the Belmont Stakes. And you talk about a horse that I feel like is just bred and meant to be in this race. It's Mo Donegal. You look at the Remsen Stakes where he won. The Holy Bull, just was a little flat that day, finished 3rd. Of course, bounced back, and let's look at that Wood Memorial, because the Wood Memorial, to me, he beat Early Voting, who, of course, came back to look really, really good in the Preakness Stakes. And here I am saying he beat the Preakness winner with a better trip. Perhaps he can win the Kentucky Derby. And now he's going to the Belmont Stakes, which is probably bred perfectly and going to hit him right between the eyes. Early Voting looks like he's going to be loose here, kind of similar to what he did in the Preakness Stakes. But Mo Donegal said, no, I'm not having any of that. Just keeps coming, just grinding, and just finally gets to him. He's not gonna overwhelm you with some sort of burst. He's just a grinder. Mo Donegal is going to keep coming. So that's why it's so important that IRAD gets him in a good position in this race. And, it's a 1.5 mile race, and looks like there might be 8 horses or so in the race. So you would think he's going to sit the trip, and he does have a win. He broke his maiden over the Belmont Park surface. So that also, I think, is a nice little factor as well that you got to come in there. He is going to have a situation here that's very similar to that Wood Memorial, where he's going to have to probably run down alone on the lead. Like We the People seems like he's going to be somewhat of a speed, it looks like. So he's going to have to kind of do that again. But in my eyes, in terms of the closers, he is the one you can rely on the most. Who knows what really Rich Strike is going to do. Who knows what of course Nest is going to do, and what's Barber Road. Is he good enough? Golden Glider, Skippy Longstocking. A lot of horses in there that are going to want to be coming. Mo Donegal is the one I feel like you can trust the most, and to me, he's probably going to go off. I think he'll go off the favorite of this race, and I guess it all depends on what kind of odds you get on him, because I get that I think he is the one to beat here. You're also, a horse that has not won a Grade 1, who is going to have somewhat of a setup where it's not beneficial to him. He's going to have to be the best, the best, I would say, to win. So make sure you demand a price, depending on what that is. But to me, I think he's the one to beat in the Belmont Stakes. All right, let me know your thoughts below. Can he do it? Who's going to beat him? Is it We the People? Is he going to go gate to wire? Is Mo Donegal really good enough to win the Belmont Stakes? Leave your comments below. Remember, hit subscribe below as well. Hit that notification button as well so you get alerted next time we have a video go out. And again, like it. I know you like it. Like it. Until next time, guys. See ya.
I love it. I know you like it, Jared. I know you like it. If you're wondering where the capsules came from, check out Racing Dudes /YouTube. We've got content for every single one of the Belmont contenders that we put up. We'll continue to do that as we go through the major races here. Saratoga Slim, you're back with us. What's up, man?
I'm back, guys. There's Tribune. I didn't scare him. If Tribune had just kicked me in the face, that would have been horrible. Maybe I shouldn't have yelled Tribune so loud and right next to him. That was kind of dumb of me. He kind of started backing up. If Tribune, it would have been great content if Tribune had kicked me in the face. Yeah, exactly. I've been in the hospital. You guys have been sending let's send Slim a fruit basket for getting kicked in the face. There's my guy, channel.
Gotta love the timing. Slim picking a Mott horse. Who's surprised?
Safer, go big. When you go on the backside with them, Oh my God. Getting bit. They're going to come back around. I'll get the beginning. I'll give you my rundown of the race, and we got Limpy, as you like to call him. Limpy starts off the race here. Limp Perorata. He's going to be long odds for Chad Brown. Here's your 2-1 favorite, Gufo, for Christophe Clements with Joel Rosario up. And right here, Tokyo Golds. This horse got Jose, a change to Jose Ortiz as the rider for Tokyo Gold, second in the Belmont Derby last year. Hadamo, right here with Flavian Pratt aboard. Then you got In Love, foreign horse. And then you got, who you got here? Rock Emperor with Irad Ortiz aboard. Rock Emperor, boy, that horse can always get you a little, he can break your heart. And there it is, Tribune. He's backing up on me again. I am going to back up. This horse is moving around. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Here's Holland Chief, the winner of that big last grade one. I get really worried. Santini, the winner of the Turf Classic at Churchill. And then there's the man, the 2020 Turf Horse Male of the Year, Channel Maker, rounds out those 10 in the Manhattan, and this is a grade 1 on the turf. Big one.
Anyone stand out to you based on looks, Slim?
How am I doing? Is this like good coverage? Are people liking it?
Loving it.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Oh, beautiful.
And
Hold on.
It's fun to be there. It's fun to see the shots of the pack and able to see the horses. Is there anybody that stood out to you, Slim, that you thought looked great?
Hold on. Let me stop right here and I'll flip it around and I'll talk to you guys. Because I honestly am like, this race, I went 6 deep in this race actually. And I did something that I've never done before. I played a 10-cent Superfecta box for $36 with my 6 horses at Tokyo Gold, Channel Maker, Gufo, Rock Emperor, and I forget who else I got. Santine. I think that named 5 or 6.
So you're looking for chaos. Do you think this can go any direction?
I think so. I'm looking for Tokyo Gold to win this race. I don't know why. Mike Myers got me into this horse, and I don't know. I mean, maybe Bolshoi Ballet is not that good of a horse, but he was he the favorite? He was the big favorite to win the Belmont Derby last year, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he was a really short price.
There's my man Naj. There's Naj. Does everyone know Naj? That's my man Naj. You still working with Naira?
With the breeders now.
He's with the breeders. New York. I'm gonna do some work with the breeders. I'm gonna get in touch with my man Naj. Anyway, I had to bring my man Naj on there. I interviewed Mike Francesa before he won a grade 1. Not many people can say that. Saratoga Slim did that today. After this race, I'm seriously going to get Paulie D. Like, if it's not, I'm going to start going down there. I talked to my man, Pat McKenna, Director of Communications. He's a friend of the dudes. And he said, just go to Paulie D and talk to him. So I'm going to get Paulie D on the live stream soon. All right? How about that?
I love it, man. Let's talk about some GTL.
All right. GTHL. I'm going to get going, boys. Love you all.
Good
Channel
luck,
Maker.
Slim.
I want to see Channel Maker, baby. Mott horses. Mott. Talk to you soon.
Oh, man. I don't know where to go from that. Aaron, what do you think?
Well,
I love that guy.
I think as Halterman texts me privately, the edibles have kicked in.
I think it's adrenaline that's kicked in. He just seems like he's in his place, his happy place right now.
It's a combo. For sure. I don't know how we handle workers' comp in the dudes. We've never had to work with that, but I would love to see him get drilled by a horse. Like, I think that would be just the highlight of our YouTube career is seeing Slim live on the stream and just get kicked by We the People or something. Or Channel Maker, he would be even better, like his horse. He's so funny.
I like this one the best. LOL, he never answered how the horses look.
No.
Somich, you might as well just quit asking him questions. He's not going to answer.
I know. I love how Somich keeps asking. I'm like, dude.
It's funny. I worked as a sales guy with an engineer for a long time in tech sales, and it's like Slim is your stereotypical engineer. You got to try and keep pointing him in a direction so he talks about what you want him to talk about. It's impossible, though. He is so excited, so happy to be there. It's amazing to see the passion that he has for the sport. But you ask him questions, it's becoming a losing game.
People love him. I mean, the chat, hopefully Slim will tell. I mean, he's always worried about how he does on these and his parents. And, I'm like, people love you, Slim. You don't realize it. People love you, and the chat's going crazy. They want more Slim. And so if he gets Pauly D on this thing, I don't know.
I don't even know what to say. I love he brings random people on. They're like, what the hell am I on right now?
I know. Every one of those guys are like, I'm on. Why am I on this? Like, get me off this, please.
He's the best. And yeah, the edible probably is kicked in, but his biggest edible is the racetrack. I mean, the guy just loves the racetrack. And yeah, I mean, that's just Slim, man. And that there's no show in this guy. That's how he is 99 out of 100 days. And so he's just out of his mind, and that's why people love him. He's crazy, and he's just having a great time.
He's one of those people that everyone knows, how these kind of people are, but like, you just gotta kind of let him go. You just you don't get in the way. You step in if you have to. Just if he's like, just like barraging somebody or something. Like, all right, come on, But past that, you just let him do his thing, and it just. I think it was Travers Day, wasn't it, with Borat?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It was the highlight of my career. I think it was truly. I've never laughed and smiled more, and never had more fun at the track. It was remarkable.
It is. You think you like horse racing? If you think you like Saratoga specifically, not as much as him, I can promise you. And I've never even met a lot of you. It's awesome. He's great. He's great to have back. Like I said, he was texting us. He was like, hey, what do you want me to do for the site? And I was like, I'm not going to waste my time. Just whatever you want to do it. Because you're not going to do what I tell you. So just do what you want to do.
All right. We're sitting 5 minutes out here from the Grade 1 Manhattan Gufo. Currently, your 5-2 favorite. We've got the 9-horse Satine sitting in the board at 4-1, at Hamo at 9-2. We talked about this race quite a bit. Are you guys going to try and play any tries, supers? Aaron, are you going to put Gufo on top in your try or super? Or are you going to spread out in that first spot?
Yeah, I put him on top, and then I put him underneath Rock Emperor, Santin, and Channel Maker. So we'll see how that goes. But that's kind of just how I saw it. I really think Rock Emperor is going to run well and run late here. I wouldn't mind throwing Tokyo Gold in there as well, but I really think the closers are going to be the ones that ultimately get a piece of this thing.
Jared, are you surprised at the 16-1 price on Tokyo Gold? I know you guys both liked him. He's taking money here. Are you surprised by it?
No, not really. I was hoping for a higher price, but I told Halterman the day we were kind of doing this while the odds came out, and we were both shocked that we saw you had 30-1 morning line. We're like, well, you're going to cut that in half probably. So that's where you're at. It's maybe a little still low. I was hoping for like 20-ish, but still, I don't necessarily think he can win. That's why I didn't obviously put him on top, but I do think he can run late and hit the board. I like that Ortiz is a board. That's a positive sign, and we know that he at least runs okay enough at Belmont to where this thing, if he just gets a run with a pace, I think he can get a piece of it. So I like him. I like the 4. I'm gonna be playing the 4 and 2 on top, and then I'm gonna key a few horses like the 3, like Rock Emperor, Santin, some of those horses on the bottom.
I think Charles brings up a good point. Who's the rabbit? We haven't talked much about the pace in this race. Obviously, going long on the turf, especially in Naira, the pace loss is awfully pretty important. We've seen a couple horses go forward. So the 1 and the 8 both won last time out, but we're close to slow paces. Aaron, who do you expect to be in the lead early in this spot? Do you think it's going to be fast? Do you think it's going to be slow? I mean, you mentioned you're looking for closers, so I'm assuming you think they're going to be going decently quick up front.
Well, last year the rabbit in this race was Tribuvon. If you remember, he went out there and he got brave and he almost won that darn thing. He got second, and I think Tribuvon will go again. I also think the horse on the rail is going to go. So, I think those are the two most likely. I think Chad Brown's entered 4 here to try to kind of make sure we're going to have a swift enough pace, and I think the 1 and the 7 are the two that are going to do it. I think the 8 goes. I don't think there's any doubt. I don't know if he's fast enough to get the lead, but I do think he's going to go out towards the front in this one as well. Maybe the 9 a little bit. I think it would make sense for the 9 to at least get up in a forward position. His last 2 races, he kind of sat second, and I think they were 2 of his better races. So maybe, you look at his past performances before the last 2, he's been in like 6th or 7th up the backside. I think he'll be a little bit more forwardly placed as well. I think, and Jared and I talked about this when we put together the bankroll article, we really believed we could see, for New York turf standards at least, a hot pace, and they kind of back up to some of these closers today.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point. It is going to be pretty fast paced up there. Real quick, I think this is an interesting one. If we're going to play for value here, who do we want to try and avoid? Are we trying to avoid Gufo or Mo? Who do you have more confidence in when winning the race, Gufo or Mo Donegal?
That's a great question.
Mo Donegal.
I might have more confidence in Gufo.
That's interesting. I would say Mo Donegal. I just because I don't. It's interesting because I know you're much higher on Gufo than either of us, Aaron. Just because, the last 2 races both been good. Like you can't really knock it. And losing to Highland Chief, I think you're correct. That was a pace dependent loss. It wasn't necessarily a talent loss, right? Yeah. And if you believe there's pace here, you got to like Gufo in that sense.
Well, and I just feel like with the Triple Crown Series this year, we've seen some weird stuff, and it's a 1.5 miles, and you got a horse that could be loose, and so the pace scenario isn't ideal, at least on paper, for Mo Donegal. And I just kind of feel like the class of Gufo, if he gets the setup and he doesn't do anything stupid, I think he's going to win this race, where I could see Mo Donegal running very well and maybe losing. So that's why I'm on Gufo, but I'm higher on him than you guys are. So that would make sense.
All right. We're on post time here. Real quick. Let's, who do we like to win? What exotic are we most interested in playing? Jared, you want to kick us off here?
Yeah. I've got the 4 Hadmo on top. I think in terms of exotics, I'll be playing him over. I'll probably play him over like the 2-3 somewhere in there. In terms of if you want to go short, I definitely like playing. When we talked about the double, I think I would want to try to get Creative Minister in the mix there in the next race. I think unless you want to go, if you're going to go price hunting in this race, play the 3, play the 2, or play the 6, or play Channel Maker or something like that with Mo Donegal in the next race. So I think however you do it, make sure you go price hunting in one and try to press your biggest opinion in the other one.
I'm going to take Santina on top. I think that his last race to me, his last race is good enough to win this. And I think he's an improving 4-year-old. So I like Santina on top. I'm going to play a try 9-5 with 1-5-6-9 with 1-5-6-9. See if we can get some monster prices underneath, and also have In Love in that top spot. Because if we can get In Love home, I think it's going to pay off big time in this spot.
I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to do a little win bet on my top pick here. Channel Maker. He's 8-1 morning line, 7-1 currently. Those are fair odds for me. He's my top pick, and he's right there at that line, so I'm going to ride with him here. Mott Barn has been strong. Luis Saez has been strong today. Let's keep it going.
All right, we are loading for the Grade 1 Manhattan here, so we are about to go off. It's going to be a fun one. I like if Gufo shows up, I agree. He may be the best horse, but man, it feels like you got to go price hunting here.
If live bankroll article, Aaron, Jared, what do we need here for the live bankroll article?
We did a $12 total try, $1 try, 2-4 over 2-3-4-6 over 2-3-4-6. So $12 wager altogether here. We've hit the last 2, so it'd be nice to get this one as well.
Okay, some love for the 3-horse in the chat there, Tokyo Gold. Jose Ortiz, it doesn't show an Equibase, but Jose Ortiz riding the 3-horse here.
Well, look out.
It's funny. You guys said you were nervous before the flight line. I'm more nervous for this because I like
Channel Maker.
Oh man!
Oh no!
There's Tripivon. He's going out there.
Can we rewind 2 minutes when I said I'm going to bet $10 on Channel Maker? Listen, if he wins from here, give him the Eclipse Award now.
I agree.
That's a tough spot for Santini. You're going 4 wide into the first turn. Not really where you want to be in a 2-turn Belmont race.
Ooh, going to get too wide there. Got over a little bit.
Halterman, to your point, the 4, Pratt's got him in a much closer position today. It was a little tight space there going in that first turn, but he's finally got him kind of in a comfortable position. But yeah, much closer than he was last out.
I think that's the only thing they could really do. He just did not have the turn of foot to come from last. Let's try to get him mid-pack. Maybe he doesn't have any turn of foot at all this time, but you have to try it. I like the move. Let's see if it pays off. See if he's good enough. That's
Tokyo Gold much closer than I would have expected as well. Of course, they're not going overly quick either. Like you kind of when General Maker misses the break, then
he's right there.
Looks good here.
He's starting to open up a little bit. We had 24 and 4, 49 and 3 here. And Tripivon looks comfortable up front, but it's one of those spots where you're up by 4 or 5, going 113 and 1. I'm not sure if that's necessarily where you want to be.
Buffot's starting to move a little bit. And Hamo's starting to move slightly. Tokyo's in trouble, it looks like. Here we go. Let's see if they can get leader in.
There's no change in the order really behind him yet.
No.
Man, if you got Tripivon at 19 to 1, how do you not just be screaming at the TV set right now?
Come on, baby, finish this off.
Now, does Cancel have the radio?
No one's
Brown
coming.
telling him
Stop.
He's got it. Finish it off. We got him in the pick 5. Get her home.
Here comes Buffo second. Here comes the 4. This is your Adamo horse.
You're gonna get 7-4. Boy, and what a run from Adamo too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he got him closer.
He just waited till the race was over to start running.
Manny Franco, baby.
Well, yesterday we saw the Chad Brown Rabbit 51 to 1 get brave and almost get home. Today we see the Chad Brown Rabbit at 19 to 1 get brave and get home and get the money.
Well, Manny got that thing gift wrap. By the way, look at the 4. Not that he would have won, but Pratt has nowhere to go with this horse.
Yeah. You're right.
Look at him. He's still covered up. Look at this. Finally gets position, and then look, he takes off. So,
well, what I will say is they found something with him today, getting him closer. So that was the big key, I think, for him. And yes, he did get bottled up for sure. But if he had the Gufo trip, he's not quick enough. But to have him sit closer and still be able to close to finish like that, I should say, is really, that's good for his next start.
Right. I liked what Franco did there with Tripuvin too. I mean, we mentioned the fractions. 113 is actually pretty swift. I mean, it's not a slow pace. He was able to kind of take some of the kick away from Gufo. I think you specifically saw that down the lane because Gufo was closer to the pace, closer to that faster pace, and just not able to have that normal kick that you saw down the lane from him.
Well, look at the times, too, from the 3/4 to the mile. So that's in the turn. Franco hit the gas and said, come catch me. Franco would think at that point knew, Channel Maker's not here, nobody's here, see ya. And that was heads up ride from Franco. That was a really wonderful, that's exactly what you want to see someone do on a speed horse. Jared, I know you're like me, you love playing the speed horses on turf, so you love it when you see the jockey into the turn stomp on the gas pedal because it can break their hearts.
That one's annoying because you just with 4 Chad Browns in the race and he's like, you just don't, you doubt that he's going to be able to, and it didn't materialize, Channel Maker missing the break and not being poorly placed. You knew you were in trouble, and I would have, it's one of those things when you look and they're like in the far turn and if you have the 7, you're like, I wish I could trade places with anybody that has the 7 right now because that horse looks awful dangerous. And as we've seen in the past with that horse, sometimes he gets brave, and he did it today. And he gave domestic spending all he wanted one time. And just, sometimes he gets out there as a rabbit and just keeps going.
He gave domestic spending all he wanted in this race last year. And he was 15 to 1 last year and got second. He's 19 to 1 here. And he wins. And I think you described him best. He's an annoying. I did say annoying, I think, or frustrating. He is because you just never quite know what you're going to get out of him. He's been beaten by a lot of these horses in the past, and very near past, like last time out, and 2 back, and 3 back. So, but he got the setup today.
He just made this a more interesting pick 5 too, getting a 19-1 shot home with the Belmont, and then 2 wide open races to close this thing out.
So you said the Bombs had him, correct?
Yep.
Very nice. Very nice. So now we have something to root for over there, because like I said, that is going to spice things up, and that's what you wanted, right? You needed a price. Everybody said that I hear on the feed, and you got him. There's no doubt about that.
All right, well, we are.
Sorry, go. I was just gonna say, something you guys said earlier, and it's like, I don't want to be too critical, but if Flavian certainly isn't as Flavian as he was when he's been in this circuit. There's been some questionable rides and questionable performances. I'm not saying it happens. I'm just saying he was turf, Pratt, automatic, and now it's becoming a little less.
You want to talk percentages? He's 19%. Dylan Davis is 18%. Eric Cancel, I think, is 12 or 13%. There's one other that jumped out at me. That was just 1% behind him. He is not winning at the rate you'd expect, considering the horses he's getting from the Chad Brown barn.
They're not showing up for him.
I'm just
saying,
saying,
this is the last 2 days that haven't shown up for him.
Please.
Rozier didn't show up. Speak of the Devil didn't show up.
Yeah.
Those weren't Pratt's fault.
No.
That last race effort was.
Franco's 20% at Belmont. Pratt's 19.
I strongly disagree that Pratt cost that horse a placing.
Pratt, you even said, someone said, they put Adamo closer, and that horse got second because Pratt put him closer. Pratt made sure that horse was closer than he was before.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I don't think he did much wrong there, really. Now, if he loses by 3/4, and everybody, including myself, might be thinking something different. But
my only point is I feel like he's becoming less automatic as whenever he's on a horse, you just say automatic. Now I think you cut into Magic's point. There's more competition. There's better horses. All that kind of mixes in there. He's not as automatic anymore.
All right, Slim. Let's see this horse.
I'm not near the. I watched that race in the crowd to bring me back to my old days. So I'm in the crowd.
What were your thoughts?
Smoking Slim.
This is my first cigarette of 2022. I vouched not to smoke this year. And after I lost probably $150 in that race, it drove me to smoke. Hopefully my kids aren't watching this.
The channel maker break, and then you just immediately went up.
I tweeted that out. I mean, my analysis of the race is this: channel maker missed a break, and then Santine and Highland Chief did nothing. I mean, they kind of were there. And I mean, the opening quarter in 24.95, I think it was. I mean, it was decent enough that, and then he just opened up 12 lengths on them, and it was over. I mean, on the far turn, it was no one's gonna catch him. It just was pretty obvious. Trivial Bond. So this was a classic horse almost kills Slim. He's a super horse angle, because Trivial Bond really almost kicked me twice in the paddock, and then he goes and romps in this grade 1. Unbelievable.
All right, we'll get in the paddock and piss Modongo off, okay?
Yes. I pissed Tribuvan off. I yelled Tribuvan right next to him, and that's it. I got him pumped up to win this race. I know it. Idiot. I went 6 deep, and I didn't include the 19-1 Chad Brown horse. I just don't know what the hell I did. So disappointing.
No. Just keep smoking, buddy. It'll be all right.
So who's having a better day, Smoking Jay or Smoking Slim? Who's having the better day?
I'm not having a good day. I mean, I'm alive to Nest and Mo Donegal for a bunch of stuff. So if one of them win, I win. I'll make my. I'll be up for the day. I think so. Hopefully that happens.
And to be fair to Smoking Jay, he ran 6, missed the break, and got cut off twice in that race. But he's having a bad day.
what I realized about being in the crowd at Belmont, I was with the youngsters. Hopefully there's some youngsters. I see there's almost like 300 people watching this. So, this is Saratoga Slim. I'm going to be in Saratoga all summer long doing the Saratoga Slim backside vlog. I'm going to be getting interviews with Chad Brown. I just talked to John Panagot, the jockey agent for Manny Franco. I got an interview lined up with him already. So I'm going to be interviewing jockeys, interviewing trainers, getting you the scoop. I'm going to dress up like Barack Capper and visit Jackie Warrior. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen because Steve Asmussen is a good man. So I think he'll let that happen. So that's the plan for the summer. So follow me at Saratoga Slim. And hopefully you all are going to get those picks from the racing dudes during the summer because Saratoga is where it's at. So after this next race, I'm ready for Saratoga. Belmont Stakes coming up next. Interview Pratt. Yes, I will interview Pratt. I'll get in touch with my man, Flo the Jock, and he'll get me in touch with Pratt's guys, I'm sure.
I love the confidence.
Go to the paddock. Let's go see these horses.
Get in the paddock.
Thanks for jumping on.
They won't be in it. It's 52 minutes to post. And during one quick thing that really kind of pissed me off, there's a club 514 here where Paulie D is spinning right now, and he was bumping the music during the Manhattan, which kind of pissed me off. I don't like hearing techno music while I'm watching the Manhattan, and that was kind of dick. Like they stopped and then he kept on going. So I don't know. They shouldn't be playing techno music when the race is going on. Kind of angry about that. But anyway, you all have a great Belmont Stakes. I will come back to you probably in about a half hour from the Belmont Stakes paddock, and we'll take a look at some of these horses. The 8-horse field for this year's 2022, the 154th running of the Belmont Stakes. I'm out. Peace from Saratoga Slim.
Oh, there he is.
Epic, man. Every time.
If all the youngsters listening, as he called them,
watching.
hopefully, if they learned anything, hopefully they know smoking is cool.
When I saw that, where did that come from? Like, it's just suddenly.
I saw the
appears.
smoke on the outside before. I was like, "Oh no, it's happening."
Well, we got our first look at the Belmont odds here. So we're seeing Mo Donegal sitting on the board at 5-2. Your second choice right now is the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, sitting at 7-2. Nest, your third choice, 9-2, and We the People sitting at 5-1. Let's learn a little bit more about the filly who's running here, Nest, who's taking some money.
What's up, everybody? MagicRaceNews.com here to talk to you about 2022 Belmont Stakes contender Nest. And maybe a month ago, if we said there's a filly in the Belmont Stakes, you would have thought it was going to be Secret Oath for D. Wayne Lucas. But no, it's the horse that was second to Secret Oath in the Kentucky Oaks, Nest, for trainer Todd Pletcher, who was the last trainer to saddle a filly to win the Belmont Stakes when Rags to Riches did it in 2007. Let's take a look at Nest's chances here. If you look at her breeding, first of all, she has a full brother, Idol, who's the Grade 1 Santa Anita handicap winner back in the day. Idol clearly could handle a mile and a quarter. Nest, being a daughter of Curlin out of an AP Indy mare, should have no issue trying to go a mile and a half here. But is she fast enough? If you look at her buyer speed figures, they don't really match up against the top horses in here. Her career best number is a 92 that she got for winning the Grade 1 Ashland Stakes. She got a 91 for that second place finish in the Kentucky Oaks, but Secret Oath, when she went to face the boys in the Preakness Stakes, could only finish fourth. So if she could only finish fourth and Nest couldn't beat Secret Oath, does that put Nest right around fifth? Possibly. I think if you do want to play Nest, a couple of things going for her. She does like to be more forwardly placed early. Irad Ortiz Jr. has shown that. She likes to stalk a little bit. When you're going a mile and a half, you would think that, as the distances get longer, the horses that close have a better chance. But usually, let's not remember the Kentucky Derby this year, usually it's the speed horses that as they go longer, it's just as everybody slows down, they're still ahead, and it's hard for the closers to catch up because they're also slowing down. Nest has got that going for her, so I think her ceiling for the Belmont Stakes is probably finishing third in the trifecta. I think she'll track We the People and maybe Howling Time if he shows up, and also anybody else who decides to go with the pace. I think Nest tracks them early, tries to hold off everybody who's stumbling with her in the stretch. I think she's going to hit a wall, though, and third might be the highest she goes. So that's as high as I would play her. But what about you? What do you think about Nest's chances? Like I said, breeding-wise, she should love this. It's just a question of if she's fast enough and as talented enough as the boys that are in this race. Let me know below in the comments what you think. Hit like before you leave. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. And if you're looking to play the Belmont Stakes, or any races around the country in America, go to betptc.com. Sign up using the promo code DUDES. That's DUDES. They'll get you a $200 new member bonus, and you can use that to bet the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival or anything else that you so choose. Make sure you check out racingnews.com for the free picks and premium products for every race, every track across the country, so you can use that $200 new member bonus in the best way possible. We'll see you at the track.
All right, so Nest, the filly against the boys. Magic, you kind of broke it down there. What do you think? Is she one that you're excited about seeing run here?
Well, I mean, I'm excited. Yes, definitely excited. Anytime you put a filly against the boys in a grade 1 race like this, a filly with talent, it's exciting. Secret Oath, we were excited for the Arkansas Derby and for the Preakness, and she didn't win, but it was still exciting she was there. And Nest being here is exciting. I didn't bet her. You could hear from how I kind of broke it down. I think that maybe third is the best that she can do, but you shouldn't have any distance questions with her, right? She's a daughter of Curl and I have an AP Indy mare. If any horse in this field is bred to go this distance, it's going to be this filly. So you've got that going for her. But again, I think that her speed figures are just a cup below, and we saw what Secret Oath was able to do against the better 3-year-old routers in this crop. And it wasn't good enough. And if Nest wasn't good enough to beat Secret Oath in the Kentucky Oaks, I just don't think she's good enough to beat these boys.
Aaron, what do you think? Any love for Nest here?
A lot of love for Nest as far as a filly with a great pedigree for the Belmont. I think that's key first and foremost. Wow, what a pedigree to get 1.5 miles. She should be able to do it. She should sit a pretty decent trip. I mean, I think she would want a little more pace in there, but at least she's going to be kind of forwardly placed more towards the leader than her stablemate. The biggest problem is, from a speed figure standpoint, no matter which ones you look at, she's just not quite there, right? So I think what's going to have to happen here is the 1.5 miles is going to have to level the playing field for her versus the rest of these. And I think what the problem is going to be here is a lot of these look like they want to go 1.5 miles, which is kind of unique for a Belmont. A lot of times you got at least 4 or 5 you could point out to and say, I don't know about that. A lot of these, I don't think they'll be hurt by the distance. So I would not be shocked at all if she wins. I think she's going to run pretty well here. I just don't know that she's quite good enough to go all the way up there and get the job done.
And Rapoli mentioned, and Pletcher as well, this is all about the 1.5 mile distance. That's why Ness is in this race, that she should love every bit of that ground. They want her going extra distance. This was a great spot for her to take a shot. Obviously, they have Mo Donegal. You got to like the confidence in putting Ness in there. One thing that I brought up on Thursday's Magic Mike show, not a ton of speed here, right? You've got We the People, who obviously wants to go. Skippy Longstocking in the 2 and Ness in the 3 are probably the next 2 fastest horses out of the gate early. Do you think there's any chance that Ness decides to press the pace here to help set up stablemate Mo Donegal, or do you think this is, hey, we're going to try and run our own race and see what happens?
I don't think that that's going to be the plan. I don't think they're specifically going to ride her like that. But if that happens, I don't think they're going to be upset about it. A grade 1 race, and you've got a filly that, she could still win 3-year-old filly of the year if she has a big summer, right? I don't think you're going to use her as a rabbit on purpose. But, we kind of talked about it earlier. It might just fall that way. And it might just be a situation where it's like, well, my best bet is not to let that horse just go. So let's try to pressure, maybe pin him, get first jump on him, that kind of thing. But no, I don't think she's just going to be ridden out there to try to be a rabbit. I would be surprised if that's the case.
Magic, what do you think the pace setup is like here? Obviously, we think We the People is going to go. Belmont has generally favored horses that are closer to the lead than horses coming from way off the pace. Mm-hmm. Do you think we're going to see a very slow pace here? It's interesting. Special Golden Kitten here mentions we've only seen 3 gate-to-wire winners in the last 20 years. Is We the People really going to be the 4th in the last 21? We're definitely going to have not going to be flying up front. How do you think the pace sets up in this spot?
We the People, if Flavien Prat rides how, this is going to sound terrible, direct how Flavien Prat should do something. The way I envision We the People winning is if Prat can get a little bit of a distance, a comfortable, length, 2 lengths, 3 lengths lead for We the People, and do what Manny Franco just did in the Manhattan Stakes. When they entered the turn, he pressed the gas and said, "Come catch me," because it's going to be really hard to do that. You got to do that with We the People. It's kind of something that Mike Smith in his prime was great at doing. He would time moves on the backstretch and go a little earlier than people were anticipating. You need to move on these horses because we saw what happened in the Wood Memorial when Mo Donegal was chasing down early voting, who was, by all intents and purposes, loose on the lead and ends up going off and win the Preakness Stakes next. So you've got to be able to have that in mind. You need to move before Mo Donegal gets too close, because that horse is shown every single time he's been on the track when there's a target in front of him, he's coming. He might not always catch him, but boy, is that horse going to be coming at you. So he's not the only one either. Barbara Road, Creative Minister, Rich Strike, those horses are going to have him going to be gunning for We the People too. So pace perspective, as somebody who put this horse on top and is definitely supporting him at 5-1, this is a great price. You got to go early, and you cannot let them get too close to you ever.
Well, and we talked about this yesterday, specifically how we hope We the People gets ridden, and how important it is to utilize speed as a weapon here. I thought Trevuven did a wonderful job of utilizing his speed as a weapon in the last race to kind of hold Gufo back a little bit. That's exactly what we need to see here. We need to see, if We the People wants to win this race, he can't try and go 52 to the half, 51 to the half. He's got to take away some of that late kick. You don't want Mo Donegal sitting 2 lengths behind you going into that turn. You want him 8 to 9 lengths behind you and having to really make up some serious ground. Aaron, how fast do you think they're going to go? Do you think that's what we're going to see from the early pace perspective, or do you think it's going to be kind of one of these dawdling paces?
It just depends on who's got their mind on kind of challenging, right? So to me, I would go 48 or 49 for the half if I was Flavian, because I think that if you do that, you put everybody else at a big disadvantage, like you're saying. Because if the ones are trying to run with you, they're kind of out of their comfort zone. And like I said, the closers, they're either going to be way too far back, or they're going to be running like just sneakily faster than they really want to be for this race. I bet it's 49 and change. That's what I'm going to guess. But if it was me, I would just run 12s, like you said, run 24s if you want to go that way. Just consistent all the way around the track. You're the one horse that has the speed and the ability to do that. Get him out of the gate and just let him cruise up there. But the big key to me, you cannot throw up a 50 half. If he does, I think he's going to leave these other horses right there with a big chance. And again, his chance to win the race, separate. Do what Trevuven just did. Get him out of where you don't even have to worry about him. You never see him. That's what We the People's got to do here.
Magic, I thought you brought up a great point on Thursday's show around specifically Tappet and his success as a sire, grandsire in the Belmont. You want to talk a little about his past success the last couple of years and who that implies to here?
Yeah, 5 of the last 8 winners were either a son or grandson of Tappet. Tiz the Law was the one grandson, and then you had Essential Quality did it, Tapperit did it, I think Creator, I'm assuming because he's a great horse. And you know what? For the life of me, I can't think of who the last one is. But I do know 5 of the last 8 winners were either sons or grandsons of Tappet. And here you've got 3 horses. We the People, a grandson through Constitution. Creative Minister is the interesting one because he would be the first one as a dam sire, with Tappet as the dam sire to do it. And then Barbara Road, grandson through Race Day. So those 3 horses all say that Tappet, with that Tappet stamina influence, should be able to handle it. We the People with his now underneath their stamina. Creative Minister with Creative Cause, there's definitely 2 turns there. And I don't know much about Southern Image, so I can't speak on that. But from what I remember looking into Barbara Road is I don't think distance was ever going to be an issue for him. Even if you watch how he runs, right? He just keeps going. He's like, I called him the poor man's Mo Donegal, and it's not a knock against him. He just keeps trying and trying and trying. He's just a poor man's because Mo Donegal wins graded stakes. That's the difference there.
Jared, we watched the Nest preview. Any thoughts on the filly taking on the boys here?
I don't know if she's fast enough to win the race is my concern, but I do think she is going to be a factor here, especially in relation to the setup. I think that she's going to be. I mentioned earlier that I thought Creative Minister and Ness would kind of get the first run at We the People, and I certainly think that they know. And if we've learned anything from today, like, don't let them go out there, like on their own. So be some sort of pressure, and obviously he's got Mo Donegal in the race, so he's not he's going to have it set up to the best for both horses, and and Nest coming from way out of it's not going to work. So I think Nest is going to be somewhat forwardly placed. If she can get to the lead prior at some point in the stretch, she might prove that she just wants to keep going, and they might have some work to do to catch her. I'm not sure that she will, but I do think she is a factor. 9-2 though, off of the 8-1. Halterman, you and I talked a lot about who would how the odds would be Nest versus Creative Minister, and we kind of thought that Creative Minister being 6-1 morning line, she was 8-1. We're like, hey, Nest is probably going to be the one bet harder than Creative Minister. And 7-1 versus 9-2 certainly indicates that, right?
Yeah, it flipped. It flipped kind of like what we thought. And we were kind of saying, no, it'll be Nest that's 6-1, Creative Minister is 8-1. Well, it's flipped even a little bit more on the Nest side. She's down to 9-2. So I'm really not surprised. Somich asked the question, boy, look at these odds. What do you think? It's like, I'm not real surprised. This is about what I thought. The one horse, though, I guess I'll backtrack real quick. I can't believe We the People is 5-1. That one is interesting. I thought he'd be a little bit lower than that. So that's kind of the big shock. And maybe Nest has taken that We the People type money. You got the Derby winner at 4-1. We guessed between 3 and 4-1. Kind of where he is, obviously. But yeah, We the People 5-1. Very interesting. Especially
off of a 2-1 favorite. Like that's some serious falling off. I'm with you. I definitely Mo Donegal. Yes, I kind of thought he would be the favorite. 5-2 seems, 3 was that seems fair. Rich Strike, but having Rich Strike be bet lower than We the People is surprising to me.
Well, it's interesting when you look at the doubles and the pick threes too. So the $1 double, your favorite is the 6 Mo Donegal at $57. Your second choice is We the People at 73. And the third choice is Nest at 93. So you are seeing the one horse as a clear second choice in both the doubles and the pick threes. So that would point you toward that money going. But with Tribhuvan winning, that's not as public money, because public money was not on Tribhuvan in that last race. So you have sharper money that was coming in there. You're not sure how that public money is going to go, because you see Rich Strike is the 5th choice in doubles right now, or in pick threes right now. Barber Road is a shorter price in the pick 3 than Rich Strike in this race. So you've got some interesting happenings here in the wheel pace from both a double and pick 3 perspective.
And what about Rich Strike? He's sitting there at 4-1. We were kind of speculating. I don't know. Maybe he'll take a lot of money. He's got a lot of crazed fans. But Somich, are you surprised? I know you've talked about Rich Strike a lot. I mean, is this about where you thought he would be?
Yeah, I thought he was going to be between 3 and 4-1. I was expecting him to be closer to 3-1, because I figured everyone who had $10 on him in the Derby won $800. I wouldn't be shocked if they played him back here for $50, right? And that can add up very quickly in these type of public pools. 4-1, I think, is about what you're going to end up getting on him. I mean, this is a pretty mature win pool here with over $7 million bet already in the win pool. It takes a lot of money to move the odds at this point, so I don't see it changing too much from the Rich Strike perspective off that 4-1 number. Look, you go back and you look at his races, and you've got a lot of data points that are not great, right? I mean, this horse has run 8 times. One of those 8 races is good enough to hit the board here, right? And you got to improve off that if you probably want to win. It's tough to take a horse like that at 4-1. Now, I get it if you're a fan and you like the horse. And the horse, I mean, he's, by all accounts, has taken steps forward since the Derby. He may have just turned a corner, right? But he also may have gotten the perfect pace set up. And you're getting a really short price on a horse that probably should be a lot higher in this spot.
Another horse is taking money's Golden Glider. He's down to 12-1 off a 20-1 price. And when we talked about this, and it first time I've really noticed it, but it looks like these long shots are getting bet again. Skippy Longstocking 9-1 off of a 21 price. Barbara Rose bet down. So these double-digit odds on the morning line, they're all getting bet again, just like they were in the Preakness. That's why
it kind of feels like the public's just like, no, not letting any of these horses go off at big odds anymore. It's not happening.
It's just crazy. I mean, maybe that's where the Rich Strike money is going, right? Yeah. Maybe it's flowing into the long shots because they hit a huge price and they don't want anyone to be able to go off at that number again, which is great. I mean, it means that you're getting reasonable prices on any horse that you like that we believe has a legitimate shot at winning this race, right?
Yeah, it's drove up prices. 5-2 favorite on Mo Donegal. Like I said, the We the People at 5-1. Yeah, I mean, that's a higher price than you probably should be getting on those two horses. And not to mention, if you do like Rich Strike, he is higher than his morning line price because, as Jared pointed out, maybe these guys are just betting long shots that bet Rich Strike, or so I don't know. It's crazy how this has unfolded again as we sit here. And like I said, it's a mature pool. There's still 34 minutes, but you don't expect to see a lot of change.
No, I'm surprised Creative Minister is sitting on the board at 7-1. To me, that's the biggest surprise here. I think you're going to see money on We the People. I don't think 5-1 is going to last. Creative Minister, based on everything, will actually last around that price. And that seems a little bit kooky to me, considering the step forward that this horse has taken both on Kentucky Derby Day and then into the Preakness. And should like every bit, as Magic mentioned with the Tapit side, should like every bit of this mile and a half.
So I will go through a little bit of these serigraph numbers for the Belmont. I know some people were asking about that earlier. So we'll start with We the People. This is he's kind of, obviously he's improved. The 8 he got at Oakland was awful, but he got a 3 before that, and then in the Peter Pan he got a 0. So definitely improved drastically there. Skippy, he's ran the same race pretty much the last couple, which kind of shows that way. He's gotten 3s across the last 3 races. I don't think he's good enough to win here. Nest is, an interesting one. That day at Keeneland, she got a 1. She got a 4 at Churchill in the Oaks. She got a 5 at Tampa before that race at Keeneland. And then, of course, as a 2-year-old, she was running 5s. But, the 1 could get her in the conversation, certainly. She didn't run great in the Kentucky Oaks. Rich Strike, he was going into the Derby. He went from a 9, a 10, a 9 to a 1.5, and of course won the Kentucky Derby. So he's gonna have to do that again, and if not more so, because that pace definitely is going to factor into what that number turned out to be. Creative Minister, 9, a 6, a 2, and then a 3 in the Preakness. He's pretty. I mean, I think he's certainly belongs. He could run a 2 again quite easily, I would think. Mo Donegal, he's very consistent. 4, 2, 3. Got a 3 in the Kentucky Derby. So that's what's he actually regressed a little bit in the Derby by numbers. That 2.5. I guess that was like a 2 1/3 he got in the Wood. His numbers don't stand out. That's for sure. Golden Glider he would be a shock. 8, 7, 6, 5, 5. And then our boy Barber Road, he's gotten a 7, 4, 7, 4, 3. So he's trending in the right direction. Barber Road is, but from a number standpoint, Mo Donegal certainly is probably the most consistent. Creative Minister is eligible to run back. Rich Strike seems like he's could bounce. Nest, I think, is capable of winning, and We the People. I mean, if he can run back to that race, and that's the key, right? If he can run the race he ran in the Peter Pan, he'll be tough to beat.
It's interesting when you talk about the thoroughbreds. It's something I don't often look at, so it's interesting to kind of hear those numbers. I'm 1-6 here in my pick 5, so I'm hoping that either Mo Donegal can be the most consistent. I think that's why Mo Donegal really is the favorite, is that he has been the most consistent. You see him running consistent races. He probably needs to improve a little bit to win this race, but I think everyone expects that Pletcher is going to point him toward that. Magic, I know we've got some Barber Road chat going. I know that you're high on Barber Road, and one of the big reasons is a jockey switch. Not going to take a shot. Who do you talk a little about why you like Barber Road here and why you think that jockey switch is such an upgrade?
Yeah, well, Joel Rosario is I would say the best closer in America on a horse. He's not. I would say he's not great. We've seen now when it comes to making adjustments on the fly. But when you're on a closer, there's no adjustment. It's go to the back and then go to the front off the turn. Barber Road is like I said earlier, is a Mo Donegal type, but he's like a poor man's Mo Donegal, but he always tries hard. Now we're taking the blinkers off, which is a move that I like that John Ortiz is saying. Look, this horse has got the talent. I'm going to keep pushing him into these Grade 1 races. Let's mix things up. Let's take the blinkers off. And by the way, put on Joel Rosario. He's won this race 2 times before. So Rosario knows how to win this race. He knows how to time the race. He knows how to make the move in the turn at Belmont. We saw him do that with Sir Winston for us a few years ago, Mike. So, that was a big angle for me was Rosario. It was the blinkers off. John Ortiz also is a trainer who's having just an absolute career year. And he grew up. He's a local boy. He's from Elmont, where the track is at, and he grew up on the backside, and his dad was an exercise rider for Bill Mott. So there's a lot of good things, kind of positive things going this angle. And I kind of, off the Mott barn having a good day other than Channel Maker not breaking, maybe that'll rub off a little bit here with John Ortiz. But aside from the Tappet angle, there's a lot to like about this horse at 8-1, which is holding pretty nice.
First off, Marla, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm guessing based on the group here, we're going to go Mo Donegal instead of Rich Strike. But thank you very much. Always appreciate the love. And we got Saratoga Slim joining us as well. Is that a special guest in the background there, Saratoga Slim?
He doesn't even know.
Swear to God.
It's your boy Steve Asmussen.
I swear to God. I didn't even know Steve Asmussen was behind me. Who does he have in this race? Am I losing my mind? Who does he have in the race?
In the Belmont? Nobody.
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. So I'll ask him. Hey, Steve. Oh, Steve.
Oh, no. We just lost him.
Oh,
What
no.
happened?
I'll ask Steve to join us. Saratoga, right? He's good. He's good with that. He didn't want to talk to me right now, though. But I wanted to see what his pick was, maybe, But he does. I didn't think he had anyone in the race, but it's a great feeling here. This is my 8th Belmont Stakes, and I've never been here in the paddock. The horses are coming into the paddock here, and the We the People is here. Let me turn around the camera here. I got a security guard right.
The guy behind you wants to get interviewed. I'll tell you that much.
Who's that?
What?
I have no idea.
Who's that? Oh, I don't know who this guy is. Lots of people here, but here we go. I mean, this is the. We got some. This is much better stuff there. Oh,
he wired the field now.
God. That's better. That's better. Okay. Anyway, did you see who that was, Aaron?
No, I didn't.
Anyway. Oh, jeez. All right. Well, you could look back at the replay.
I may have.
So here they are. This is sort of the walkover here. There you go. This is sort of the walkover here. Oh Lord, that's the walkover for sure. Okay. All right. So there we got We the People.
We the People.
Oh, we got some We the People right next to me here in the paddock.
Ask them what they think about.
I don't have the numbers in front of me. So who's the 2?
Skippy
Longstock is the 2.
What do you think about We the People's chances today?
Skippy Longstock.
He's a lock.
Oh,
This is amazing. I wish you
I
would
know
stop
it's
for
such
a
good
minute.
content, but it keeps freezing. Damn it.
They're saying lock. So
Skippy Longstock, Billy.
I hope that ages well.
I do kind of. I'm gonna mute Slim for a second while he catches up. What did happen with Asmussen? Because I saw it froze in Asmussen for me. Asmussen's eyes were huge when he saw Slim, and then Slim all of a sudden just goes, "Oh, we're Saratoga. Okay, bye." He doesn't want to talk to me right now, and that was it.
I think he went for the real-time interview, and I think he got shot down pretty good.
Well, I'm glad he's representing the racing dudes there at the Belmont Stakes. 154th
He doesn't have a
running,
logo
if you
on,
guys
does he?
forgot.
No, that's true.
Does
His
he have a
logo.
logo?
Yeah.
Well, that's true. Yeah, good deal.
All right, so we before we bring Slim back here, let's jump into our final capsule before the Belmont Stakes. We're sitting on 24 minutes to post. Let's learn a little bit more about We the People, and then we will bring Slim. Maybe we'll bring Slim back now.
We're back.
We'll bring him back. Is he back?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of my shot. Yeah, this is kind of my shot. I mean, when they come around, but they're getting saddled there. You see, who's back there? I wish I could zoom in on this, but who's the 2? Skippy? Skippy's trying to get saddled. Anyway.
All right, we'll come back to Slim. How about that, Mike?
Yeah.
They're not ready for us to look at them anyway.
We'll talk about We the People a little bit, and we will be right back.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to RacingNudes.com. And today we're going to look at some of the Belmont contenders. And I've drawn We the People, which I'm pretty excited about for a few reasons. Of course, this horse best known for his win last time out over this track in the Peter Pan Stakes. Look, it's a prep for the Belmont Stakes. It has been successful in the past. Of course, Tonalist came out of this race after winning and upset the Triple Crown bid of California Chrome. Sir Winston did not win the race, but did finish second and then came back to win the Belmont Stakes in his next start. So a little bit of nice recent form there. And We the People may be one of the most impressive Peter Pan Stakes in the last 4 or 5 years. He was super good in this race. He just went straight to the front and never looked back. Gate to wire just totally blew them out. This horse, it's funny. We know a lot of people in the industry after being, doing this for years and years now. And a lot of people told me right before his first race, this is a really, really nice horse. You need to have this horse on your tickets. You need to bet this horse. He's really, really good. He backed it up. That first race at Oaklawn, he looked great. He won, went right back to an allowance and won again and went into the Arkansas Derby. And I thought, yeah, this is one of the 2 or 3 horses that can win this thing. Poor trip in the Arkansas Derby. Didn't quite show up. Maybe it was too much too soon. It kind of wheeled him back quick for that race. It's a total non-effort. It's definitely the outlier out of his 4 races. I mean, if you look at his other 3, flawless victories, looked really good, wasn't really challenged. Arkansas Derby, he just didn't run a step. That being said, it's the biggest test of his life here. Much tougher horses this time around than he faced in the Peter Pan. Also, of course, you have to go 1.5 miles here. Peter Pan is 9 furlongs. But this is a big thing. The horses by constitution should be able to get 1.5 miles. The Constitution sire, tap it. Always has had luck with horses in the Belmont. So pedigree says he can do it. Usually, Belmont 9 times out of 10, you got to win kind of being on or near the lead. He should be there, right? I don't see a whole lot of speed in this race other than We the People. So he's pretty talented. We've been told from the start he's pretty talented. He finally really put it together in the Peter Pan. Looks like Lone Speed to me. I don't know if he'll be my top choice. He's going to be close. He's going to be in the mix. That'll be the final decision to make once the past performances come out, post positions, all that kind of thing. But he's a serious player after that. I know that last win was over a sloppy track, but, you do have some dirt or some fast dirt form in his first 2 races to look back to, and those were pretty solid. So I think you got to take him serious here. I think he's got a big-time shot. And we'll just see if the class catches up to him. That's going to be the big question mark. As far as speed figures go, he's earned one faster than anybody else has in this race. So that's always a good place to start. So We the People, I think he's a serious contender. We'll see if he can get the 12 furlongs and take him gate to wire here. So thanks, everybody, for watching this one. Make sure to watch all of the horse preview videos. I know Magic, Somich, and Jared have all recorded some as well, and those should be up for you during this week leading up to the Belmont Stakes. So thanks, everybody, for watching, and we'll see you next time.
So there's a little love for We the People. Aaron, you mentioned that he would be either your top pick or someone close to it. He ended up not being your top pick. Is there a reason why you went Mo Donegal over We the People?
Yep, he was able to run down early voting in the Wood when he probably shouldn't have. Early voting had things his own way, and I just kind of think the same kind of thing will happen. I've got him right up there towards the top, but not the top pick all the way. I just kept watching that replay, and I thought, you know what? I think if Mo Donegal can get within range at the top of the stretch, he can wear him down late. Not going to be shocked at all one bit if We the People wins here, but I just think Mo Donegal, we've seen him do it before, and he can do it again.
Jared, is this true? Can you confirm?
I don't have a comment on that.
Right.
It can be cheap.
Jared's not a cheap person. I guess you weren't the right one to ask.
Yeah. It depends on which way you go. I'm sure there's cheap options out there, though. But yeah, we are a hot item on the old naked, cheap sex dating just fuck girls page. I mean, it's a big. We're hot today. So
people love our logos. They're stealing our logos for illegal streams on other YouTube channels. We were finding out. That's fun.
Yep. Well, everybody wants to be us. They can't all be us. You know what I mean? So, Mo Donegal, he's gonna the biggest thing for him, and I kind of said it in my preview video. you know what you're getting with Modonigal. Like, you know what you're signing up for when you pick him. He's going to make a run, and you just got to hope it's good enough. I've kind of felt all along he's kind of built for this race. You know, it's a very, you know, I alluded to it with Charge It a little bit with Pletcher, but maybe Modonigal is the horse I meant to say back whenever it's like, okay, he runs in the Derby, has some issues, has excuses, whatever, and then fires him back in the Belmont and wins. And we've seen that kind of program or that plan with other horses in the past. And so, yeah, and he just feels like a horse that's going to love that Belmont, the Belmont stretch. I just need to see Rosaria or Irad get in position, like in the turn. Get in position. Don't give him a lot to do. Get him in third or so, second or third, depending on, where the other ones are at when they hit the top of the stretch. But don't give him too much to do down, because he's not going to wow you with his speed. Like, he's not going to be flying late. He's just going to keep grinding. So get him close.
So we haven't talked a ton about Rich Strike on this feed. So let's talk a little about Rich Strike. What trip does Rich Strike need to be able to win? Where do you expect Sonny Leon to position him? He had a masterful ride in the Derby. No matter what you think about Rich Strike, he and Modonigal were essentially in the same place in the backstretch, and he was able to weave his way through the inside, never lost momentum, had to weave outside of Messier, and then able to get in front of Epicenter. Well, Modonigal went 10 wide and kind of lost some momentum and wasn't able to close that same ground. How do you expect Rich Strike to approach this race? Magic, do you think he's going to be sitting way back? Do you think he's going to be close? Where do you think Rich Strike's going to be in this field?
I need to hide the chat and never look at it again. There's a lot of weird things happening over there. Burn it to the ground.
Only
Rich
in
Strike,
HD, right?
Here's the thing. Rich Strike is a horse that we assume is probably, if he's not last, is going to be close to last. But I don't think that's necessarily a terrible thing if he stays close. If you have a scenario where Aaron talks about where Pratt doesn't go quick, if he tries to go 50 for the opening half, the field will be bunched up. That's the scenario where Rich Strike's sitting there 6th, 7th, 8th for Sonny Leon is in a great position. He needs to move at the same time as Modonigal. You need to keep that horse in your sight. If you're ahead of him or alongside of him, you kind of have to treat how Jose Ortiz did with Regal Glory earlier today. You don't let the horse get any, you always have one step ahead, and that's the way Rich Strike can do it. We've seen him turn it on. If he gets the kind of trip, and there shouldn't be a wide trip, super wide trip for Modonigal here to worry about. So, I don't know. For me, that's how it works. Jared, what about you?
Yeah, he's like, you guys asked me about Rich Strike the other day on the live. It's just like, he's the ultimate. He could win, sure. I mean, I'm just to the point where I just don't know that he's very good. I don't know. I can't explain what happened in the Derby. I can't. The pace meltdown, the stars aligned. Ethereal Road scratched. I don't know, what it is, but it all worked out. But there's nothing that suggests this horse can do it again, other than he's just turned the corner, and he's not going to get the pace. I think he's going to. I just kind of visualize him running in place a little bit, where he kind of can get up for maybe 4th or something at best, just because I don't know that he's going to have any pace to run into, and he doesn't. I don't trust him. And now, if he runs the exact same race he ran in Derby, then sure, it could happen.
Right. This is actually a great comment. He's either completely turned into a different horse, or is he lucky benefit of insane pace? Do you want to bet at 4-1 it's the first one versus the latter, right? And that's the key.
I think they take.
We're going from 80-1 to 40-1 or 4-1.
As far as his trip, they'll take him back. They'll keep him on the inside. They'll hope the rail opens up. If you look back at all of his races before the Derby, that's what they did. And each time it didn't open up. But it just seems like take him back, keep him on the rail, save the ground. Hopefully you get through. That's how it's been. And in the Derby, of course, he gets through.
So we need to send a bill to NBC.
Yeah.
Slim, how's it going, man? And he freezes.
He sent us a message saying he has anything he tries, it's not working. So
I'm guessing there's a couple other people using the internet at Belmont Park right now.
Yeah. He said he's tried it all.
There's I can see Barber Road on screen. He's a cool looking horse. give him credit. Oh, he's pissed too. He's not happy. He is not happy in there. But who's the horse that could upset this thing? The horse that just could completely surprise everybody.
Creative minister
Glenn?
for me.
Are you there?
Yes. Yeah, connectivity issues here, but hopefully we're good when I could turn this camera around when they come around. They are all saddled here. I do see Flavian Pratt standing in the one saddling area waiting, talking to Rudy Brissett right now. So the jockeys are getting their commands from the trainers right now. So that's my man, Rudy Brissett. So obviously I interviewed Rudy Brissett a couple summers ago for the racingdude.com website. So if We the People wins and I get to go and interview Rudy Brissett and do a vlog about We the People, the Belmont Stakes winner, I guess that's my solace if Ness and Mo Donegal don't win me.
That's your solace for not having good connection on Belmont Stakes Day. Yes, we agree with you, Slim. He is a big fan of. He knew Rudy Brissett before, back before Justify, or right when Justify was doing the Triple Crown races, right? Because Rudy was the one who kind of took care of Justify, helped break him a little bit. Though they mentioned that in a DRF article about We the People and Rudy Brissett. I don't know if you guys saw that, but he said Justify was good. We never knew he would be that good until he got in the program. I was like, interesting choice of words. Okay.
That is interesting.
There were a couple moments there was some a little bit of shade, if you want to read into it, the Baffert shade thrown at Baffert there from Brissett and from other people there. But all right, Slim, is he? Nope, it's okay. It looked like it was working, and now it's not working again. Remember when he yelled at the governor of New York? She's there right now, like 20 feet from him. Should we let him know that?
Well, Slim didn't yell at the governor. Borat yelled at the governor.
Maybe he'll go over and touch her shoulder. We'll see how that goes.
Hey, slap. Let me talk to you.
If you want to see him get arrested.
Nope. We may have it back.
All right.
All right, Slim, can you flip the camera around? Got to look at the horses?
We like you. You're a good-looking guy, but we want to see the horses.
All right, here we go. No, I'm going to flip it. Hold on 1 second. They are coming around. They just had the call for riders up, and they will be coming in front of me in a couple seconds here. We're going to see We the People. I'll give you the post-parade call. This is Saratoga Slim reporting live for the Racing Dudes. The 154th running of the Belmont Stakes. Number 1, the Peter Pan winner. We the People at aboard. Manny Franco is on the 2. Skippy Long Stockings.
Remember the name.
We have the 3 here.
The program.
Jose's on Nest. I don't have a program. I'm doing this because I can read the Stat Plus, and I think I know the jockeys. But is that who is on the 4?
That's incredible.
Oh, this is Sonny Leon, the Kentucky Derby winner.
Who's on the 4? The Kentucky Derby winner.
Creative Minister. Here's Mo Donegal. Rich Strike was pooping, dude. That is, I don't know what that means.
Go scoop
but
it
Rich
up.
Strike
That's valuable
took a big
horse
poop.
shit.
I know. I'm gonna zoom in once they come by here on Rich Strike's poop. That's Kentucky Derby winning poop. Barber Road. There you go, Shoddy. There's your shot, Shoddy, of Barber Road, and that's the field. And wow, that right here. This is
Oh my God.
winner poop right here, guys. Unbelievable. He laid a trail. He laid a trail there. That was the Kentucky Derby winner, sir. He just pooped. This is worth a lot of money if you want to. And it's kind of loose though, a little bit loose. So I don't know. I think my report from the track is that Rich Strike might have diarrhea. Okay, this is the Kentucky Derby winner may have diarrhea.
Oh.
And here they come around again. One more look. Here's We the People.
I think, did any of them try to kick you yet?
You do not get this type of coverage on Naira. No one has tried to kick me in this race, but we'll see what happens. Here comes the Kentucky Derby winner. One more time coming around here, Sonny Leon. And they're playing New York. Sonny Leon on the Kentucky Minister. He's been bet down to 7-1. Creative Minister. Mo Donegal, the favorite at 5-2. Golden Glider, the longest shot on the board. And the fan favorite, Barber Road. All right,
Slim, thank you very much for that. Rush out to the track there so that we can get some views from the track and give us your pick for the Belmont.
Don't worry, Slim is never going anywhere.
No.
The only reason he goes somewhere is if he quits, which he does twice a year.
Exactly. So to this comment, we never get rid of him. He quits. And so we can't control that. But he always comes back. So
My face always hurts when I'm around Slim. Like it just I'm constantly cracking up. Like I can only imagine the people around him because he has no filter. This guy, they're like, this guy's sitting there talking about horse shit. And
zooming in.
He's in the paddock of the Belmont Stakes.
And he's not quiet. Like, you've got to realize he's yelling. Like, we have his mic turned down for the stream. He's yelling because of how loud it is there. So he's yelling about Rich Strike having diarrhea.
Classic. Well, he's got loose stools, so put that into your handicap.
8 minutes. 8 minutes to post for 7 minutes now. 7 minutes to post for the Belmont. No, we cannot show the footage. Sorry.
That is a great way to transition into who do we actually like in the Belmont, right? We were about 7 minutes from post here. Currently, your favorite is Mo Donegal sitting on the board at 5-2. We the People and Rich Strike co-second choices at 4-1. Ness sitting at 5-1. All right. How are we going to actually bet this race, right? We got 5 minutes till they break from the post. What are the strategies you guys are looking for? Are we thinking tries? Are we thinking supers, late pick threes? How are we attacking this thing? Aaron, you want to kick us off?
we are attacking it with a win wager on the 6. You're getting the price that's good enough to do it. And then we are attacking it with a 1-5-6 exacta. That's my two bigger plays there, and that's what we're gonna do. I like Creative Minister's price at 7-1, and shit, we the People at 4-1, not bad either. So 1-5-6 exacta, and then we're gonna crush a win bet on the 6.
Jared, what do you think?
I mean, I think the odds on Mo Donegal are fair enough to play a win bet. So at 5-2, I'm okay with that. So yeah, we're playing win bet on him. I'm trying to get We the People. I just feel like I'm gonna get beat by him. I feel like if just because I'm gonna play against him in the top spot. You know, I kind of feel like I know how the race is gonna unfold, or at least I'm hoping that the race unfolds. So I'm gonna play like a 5 and 6 over like a 1-5-6, and like I'll throw in like the 3 because I just think that those horses are going to be there. Barber Road is the wild card. Key Barber Road in 3rd. Just single him in the 3rd spot. But no, my big bet is going to be a win bet, probably a pretty large bet on Mo Donegal.
What about you, Magic? What are you thinking for this race?
You know, if his odds hold, which I don't think they will because they've been dropping a little bit, We the People is my win bet here. But he also was 5-1 a moment ago, and Nest was 9-2. So I think we're going to start seeing as we get closer here that it's going to regress a little bit towards the mean, meaning the morning line for those horses. Mo Donegal is holding steady at 5. It has held steady at 5-2 since I think the very first tick here. So if you like Mo Donegal, the fact that he's just steadily being bet to that point, that's a good sign. There's no reason really to dislike this horse very much. I'm taking a small shot against him, but Mo Donegal, if he wins, zero surprise here for me.
Yeah, when I look at this race, it reminds me a lot of the Preakness, where you had a single horse that was clearly going to the lead, and you had a really good horse who was going to try and chase him down. And that's early voting, and I can't remember his name right now. Anyway, We the People is going to go to the lead here, and Mo Donegal's going to try and chase him down. I think that is the two horses that you kind of have to use in the top spot. I like Mo Donegal more. I think he's able to get the job done. I have more question marks around We the People than I do Mo Donegal. I think Ness and Rich Strike are getting a little overbet here. I'm surprised that Ness came down from the 5-1 morning line. I don't think her numbers are good enough to get the job done. She needs to improve a lot and really like the distance. So I would have been more interested at like 10, 12-1, somewhere like that. I think Skippy Longstocking's interesting underneath. I don't like him on top, but I do think he is the second fastest horse in this field and could kind of hang on for 3rd or maybe get by We the People and end up running 2nd. And Creative Minister is interesting to me too. So I'm going to play a super 6 over 125, 125, 125, and see if we can get Nest and Rich Strike to run out here.
Speaking of supers, Mike, the commenter T-Shearer says a 1-6 with 1-6 over 3-5-3-5. So you're taking the two favorites here, but likely winners over two horses hitting third and fourth. I don't think would surprise anybody. What do you think about this super?
I don't hate it. Look, I think 1 and 6 are the logical two horses to run first and second. Yeah, they're the shortest prices, but there's a reason they are the shortest prices. They make the most sense. If you want to use the 2, the 3, the 5, or the 8 in that third or fourth spot, I think all of them are logical fits into the super. It's about who you like and how you want to fit in the price. So I don't dislike that super, and I like the idea of pressing it and then playing whichever one or 6 you like on top, and playing maybe the 6, 1, and then add the 2 and the 8 in those third and fourth spots. So you give yourself a little more chance to hit if it does go 6-1 or 1-6, depending on what your preference is.
Yeah, I also don't hate the idea of pressing the opinion even harder on like a 6-1 cold exacta. Just because if you can envision it, like the 1's out on the lead, and then the 6 has to nail, come get them, and that's similar to what Halterman has suggested with how he did it to early voting in the Wood, something like that. So if you can just pound that exacta, now that the odds are a little more playable in terms of we the people, I don't hate that. I hate that idea either. And then maybe if you want to get really creative, you can put like the 6 over 1 and 8 or something like that. And that way, if Barber Road gets up there and for second, and because sometimes crazy horses will finish second, you'll look back at Gronkowski with Justified, horses like that, like then the thing kind of blows up, and you can make some really good money off of Mo Donegal winning the race.
Currently getting 14-1 on the 6-1 or the 1-6. Either way, seems like a pretty good number there.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah,
and you could get 14-1 on Golden Glider to win if you want to do that.
Say the 1-6 is more likely than Golden Glider winning.
Yeah. Oh man, this is exciting. This is the one I'm real nervous for here.
You're nervous. The entire Racing Dudes Triple Crown Fantasy League is on the line. We haven't talked about that, so I appreciate you not bringing that up until now. But
I've also been talking shit about We the People for a week straight. I'd really prefer that he does not win.
Been talking shit on We the People? You mean Rich Strike?
No, I'm sorry, Rich Strike. I've been talking shit on Rich Strike for the last week, so I really would prefer he does not win.
Well,
We the People's fine.
If Rich Strike wins, it's great content and it's great discussion of wow, they actually won 2 out of the 3 Triple Crown legs and they skipped the one they didn't win. That would be wild. So yeah, there's a lot of stories. I don't know. Well, Jared really will tell us if it's a good story or a bad story after the race, actually. So I'll leave that to Jared.
I'll let you know. It's probably going to be a bad story, though. The only good story that comes out of this is if the Magic Mike team gets nailed at the wire. That's the only good story.
I mean, there's a good story here, Jared.
If I wasn't trashing Rich Strike, I'd be rooting for him here just so the doppelganger is the key to us winning the fantasy league.
Now, that would honestly, that would be the best
pick.
story. Rich Strike wins here. You guys are all pissed and down or whatever. And then the number one, your first round pick comes through after being shitty all year, comes through and seals it for you at the end. That would be amazing.
Yep.
And like Hoosier says, this is it. Put up or shut up for Rich Strike.
Well, didn't they say, Eric Reed, the trainer, didn't he say that if they didn't make the Derby, they were going to go Peter Pan Belmont? Wasn't that actually his intention? So it's not like him skipping the Preakness was a turn.
They've all been pretty quiet. Like you haven't seen a lot from them. So, they haven't really been out acting like they were the most knowledgeable people in the room, like California Chrome's owners did on their run. About how they outsmarted everybody. No, so that's good.
Justin says Rich Strike is getting washed out. I just want to go on record as saying we noticed that about early voting right before the Preakness. He was just like half white in the back. You thought he was part Tappet. Not going to worry about that here. I'm sure it's pretty warm there.
It's actually
humid
cool
under
there.
that rain sprinkler.
Yeah, it's cool there, and it was warm at Pimlico. So maybe it matters, maybe it does. It's tough though. It's so hard to decide how much that matters this late in the game.
Yeah, a lot of people commenting that he looks hot. So, oh boy, we'll see.
The way our chat's going, we don't know what that means.
That's true. That's very true. Good point.
Boys, these odds are holding pretty steady here at post time. I'm surprised we didn't see anybody plummet, even Mo Donegal. My guess was Mo Donegal would be 9-5 when this whole race was said and done. But are we surprised at these odds not moving here? Are we expecting a little bit more movement?
Somich said, hey, it's mature pool, and he was right. So when he said that, I wasn't expecting much. This is a kind of how I drew up in my head. I thought we people would be a little lower, but other than that, this seems about right.
I wouldn't be shocked if you get some computer money on the one here, but I mean, Naira cuts that off at 2 minutes, right? So that can't even really pour in here at 4-1. I mean, you have a lone speed horse that just won impressively wire to wire over this track. That generally gets bet late. We'll see if that money comes in on the one and kind of matches the doubles, but that would be the only slight odd shift I'd expect. I mean, we got $12 million in this pool. It's going to take $500,000 flying in on a horse to drastically change anything at this point.
Manu, I'm glad you were able to meet Flavian. He is a nice guy. He probably said all of 6 words to you, and 2 of them were thank you. But he's a nice guy. Maggie is saying that We the People looks fantastic to her right now. So I know some people, I'm not going to say if you think he looks washed, I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm just listening to Maggie. She's usually pretty good. So we're heading to the starting gate, boys. Final picks. Who we got? I'm on We the People.
Mo Donegal.
Mo knows.
Mo Donegal.
All right. Let us know in the chat what you're thinking about for this race, and good luck with all of your bets. Listen, the Triple Crown season ends here. It's been a hell of a 6 months, gentlemen. Thank you for letting me part of it with you. It's been a lot of fun, and we got one more race left to go. This is what we've been waiting for.
Very interested to see who, if anybody, can try to put pressure on We the People and how he breaks. This is going to be critical. You know, the bad post position, obviously, in the Arkansas Derby, but also he didn't break well. He's out wide, never really in his element, didn't run. So he's got to break and get in position.
The one person in my family who's been right this whole Triple Crown season, she's on the nest. She's on nest there.
Well,
Magic bomb.
Here we go,
That's
in the
cool.
gate.
All right.
he knows.
Whew. Off.
He broke.
Boy, Skippy is right there with We the People early.
Yeah,
Look at Rich Strike trying to put Nest in the rail.
Rich Strike is not a happy horse.
No. Pratt going into the 2-path a little bit there.
Well, I think Flavian's going to dive in and kind of cut off anyone who tried to go to the rail there.
And I think he was trying to put a little dirt in Skippy's face, too.
Nest finally got some kind of position here. Look at this. Mo Donegal's sitting a little bit closer today than usual.
24 flat for the opening quarter. So he's not giving him any breathers from a closer's perspective. We'll interested to see if we get that 49.5 you were talking about, Aaron.
And this is what I talked about with Rich Strike. Like, if he's last, but they're bunched up on the backstretch, he still has a shot. If you like Rich Strike, this is good. I want to see We the People start to extend about halfway down this backstretch, start extending a little bit.
48-4.
Who had Mo Donegal ahead of Creative Minister right here?
I'm shocked where Mo Donegal's at. I hope he can fire like he has been, because if he can, I think he's going to win this thing. But is this taking some out of him running fast early?
Yeah, and they're going. It's not like they're going slow either.
No. Could it be setting up for Rich Strike?
Ironically, this is what he wanted, right? I mean, this is 113, not a flying.
Flavian, hit the pass. Hit the gas. Come on.
Come on, Mo, hit the gas.
Mo ranging. Nest actually looking really comfortable on the rail
Nest
there.
Looks fantastic on the rail there. Okay.
He's hitting the gas.
There's the gas.
Now he did it.
He's asking for Rich.
Boy, where's Joseph, by the way? Because Skippy Longstocking is getting exactly what he wanted for that horse.
Move, Mo Donegal. Let's go.
He has not moved his
arms. He's not asked Mo Donegal yet.
No.
He's all right.
Go get him.
Here comes
your
the Derby
winner's getting asked, too.
Rich Strike trying to range up.
Rich Strike is moving.
Well, We the People certainly has not got an easy trip here. So
no,
you kind of got
Nest. Nest needed room right there.
Come on, Mo.
Come on, Mo. Open him up.
There he goes.
Come on,
there goes
Mo.
Mo Donegal.
He's got it.
Quit out of here, Spring.
Could be a Pletcher exacta.
It's going to be a Pletcher Rapoli exacta.
So
look at her not quit.
No, Mo.
Man.
Where's Slim? Slim's going to come on here and talk about how Boric Capper has the exacta. Mo, dominant. Love it. Love it.
Rich Strike,
Come on.
6th.
It feels good.
Should have been 20-1 in this race. Not even kidding.
It feels really, really, really good to get that one.
Yeah.
After getting our heart broke with Epicenter and then the Rich Strike fucking disaster, that felt good, boys, to get that one home.
Oh, look at that.
New
That
York
felt
native
really
just
good.
got the exact in the Belmont. Though, to be fair, he bought into Nest right before the race.
Did we, the people, fade to fourth?
Fourth, yeah.
Did Rich Strike do
6-3.
anything?
6-3-2-1. Rich Strike ran 6th.
Skippy ran a tough race. You know, he did the dirty work for everyone else. No doubt about it. He definitely did not, like I said at the top of the stretch, he made we the people run every step of that race. And that was critical to him fading. And obviously Mo Donegal, he looked really, really Halterman, we talked about it in the race, we talked about it before the race. They put him in a better position, and he still had the kick. In fact, I would argue his kick looked better today with that style versus how it had in the past.
It was fucking awesome what he just did because he sat closer. They weren't just really slow for a 1.5-mile race. And boys, when he put him 3 wide and just kind of did this and he passed him, I thought, oh my God, he's actually going to run a huge race. So yeah, dude, I was pumped the whole way when that stretch happened. And you're right. He put him in the race. We were concerned about that. He put him in the race, and his ability to kick on, that was really, really impressive.
You talk about horses that want 1.5 miles. Mo Donegal and Nest wanted 1.5 miles. They wanted every bit of that ground. The race that Mo Donegal just ran was awesome. I mean, just completely in hand around that turn. It went like you mentioned, Aaron, when he went 3 wide and wasn't asked and came up to those top 2, you knew it was over. You knew this was Mo Donegal's race, and it was everyone else was running for second at that point.
Yep. That was fun to watch. That was a lot of fun to watch.
I'm just so I'm like, oh.
Yeah, that's it. Listen, for a public handicapper, the 5 weeks and the crazies talking about Rich Strike and giving us so much shit, it's tough to take sometimes. And to see, you get the Derby the Belmont winner and you get him at 5-2 and Rich Strike is off the board. It feels good. I'm not going to lie. It feels really good.
Yep. Yes,
You know what's going to feel good? Talking to Saratoga Slim because the Toddster just got the exact in the Belmont Slimster. What's up, baby?
Exact the box, nice. Todd Fletcher. Barack Capper told you all the Todd Fletcher exacta box. Hopefully, people played the Fletcher box. You couldn't lose, and it was. I paid $13 for $1, I think. So gonna be nice. I got it 20 times, so I love it. Love it. Yeah.
What was it like watching it there? What was it like?
Dude, I was just like, I literally knew on the first turn, I'm like, this is setting up perfectly for those two. I'm like, this is it. And I can't believe Skippy got third. I so screwed up. I forgot. I just forgot to put him in third. I had him in third in the Preakness, and I told you, Wood Memorial, best race of the year. That's it. The Wood Memorial. Skippy Longstockings got third there. Gets third in the Belmont Stakes. I mean, Skippy ran huge. We the people gave it up at the beginning, at the top of the stretch. But people are happy here. The Mo Donegal people here, the Donegal racing people all up in here, the owners area. So they were going nuts. I mean, horse ran his heart out, and Nest came right up on the rail. Nest had a perfect trip. Sat on the rail the whole trip, Nest, and just finished up everyone else off. So that's what I was hoping, and it happened. So good stuff.
Hey, Slim, how surprised were you that Skippy made me the people work for it?
Oh my God, Skippy ran a great race. I mean, I thought Ness would be up there, and that really helped Ness because Skippy really started pressing. And it's getting loud here as the winner comes back. Skippy started really pressing at the top of the far turn. Okay, let me flip it around, and the winner's coming back here. Hold on. Skippy Longstocking ran third.
Skippy ran big. He ran back to that Preakness, but wasn't 5 wide. And without the pace,
tell the
he
girl
was able to
next
stay
to
right
high
there.
from me. Yeah.
I tried to get down into the winner's circle. They were not having it. So, as you can see, Donegal Racing, a lot of Donegal Racing people here. Very happy about the win. Obviously, winning the Belmont Stakes is a dream of Mike Rapoli's. He has part of this horse, the Silks of Rapoli. The New Yorker through and through. Mike Rapoli wins the race here with Donegal. A great partnership. And, I mean, this horse, can he win the Classic like Vino Rosso did? We'll see. But he's in the talks now to he'll be we'll see him at the Jim Dandy hopefully, or maybe he'll just go to the Travers. We'll find out.
Love the atmosphere around there.
I'm very excited to see this horse walk in.
Yeah, it's gonna get loud here, so sorry for anybody turn down your speakers, but I wish I could do more zooming, but
Jack 1380 there, Slim.
It kind of seems like the crowd really got large there as the race came to, it sounds very loud there. I know when we've been there, it's been crazy as it gets close to the Belmont. It seems it got that way again.
It definitely felt a lot bigger, and I don't know if he was just in amongst a ton of people, and maybe that's why. But yeah, it definitely was. It felt different than the last time he chimed in for sure. There we go. Here he comes. I hope he doesn't freeze. I love when they come into the tunnel and go to the winner's circle.
We should actually not have him muted for when they start to come in here, because I think that this is going to be fun to just hear the crowd and kind of get the experience of what it's like to be able to track.
Yeah.
Rapoli is taking the reins. Yes, the crowd has really built up. This area that's usually for the owners has just been overrun by owners and media has been overrun by hipsters from Brooklyn.
Boy, he ran a great race today, guys. That was a really, really good performance.
Well, that was the effort you were expecting from him eventually to come out, right? And we hadn't really seen it. Like in the Derby, it was 4th and wide. You didn't get the run you wanted. But that was the talent that you knew was in there.
Yeah.
I was almost convinced that he was using blinkers to try and help him.
Oh, hold on. There you go.
I mean, that's a good free shot there.
Yeah.
We can have a couple of these.
You could use that, yeah. You use that for my vlogs, you know.
Oh man, thrilling race.
Oh, we'll come back to him there. Guys, let's put a bow on this because I don't think we need to watch the Affirm Stakes now. What did we think overall today? It was up and down. We had pressed our opinions. Sometimes we were right, but we caught fire at the end, as we are wont to do with the live bankroll articles and with these live shows. So it was good to see. But Aaron, overall, your thoughts on today at Belmont?
Well, I mean, when we started this live show, I text Jared personally just a minute ago when that horse crossed the wire. I said, when we started this live show, I was probably about as low as I've ever been as a handicapper. And I'm being serious. I just was looking in the mirror like, I don't know what you're doing. Like, your opinions are just trash. And it's a huge day. There's a lot of people, and this is your failure. I did. I take it personal. To close out and hit the 3 out of the last 4 races like that, I mean, talk about the lowest of the low and just the highest of the high, and I'll be able to sleep tonight and be very happy. So it was great. Flightline showed out. That was amazing. And then, to hit the Belmont winner again was it's a really good feeling.
Yeah, I mean, we were down like 150, like just like blink, and we were down. And and to hit 3 of the last 4 bets we put in, and we made almost $200 on the day. So huge turnaround. And yeah, I mean, the horses came running late, and Mo Donegal was a huge reason why there to end that thing. And I feel like we need to give major credit, and I know I said it earlier, but Skippy Longstocking made that race the run like it should, and made We the People be a horse that he needed to be to win a race like this and not just get a lone lead. And by the way, held on for 3rd, whereas We the People faded to 4th. So really good, major props to Skippy, who really did the dirty work for everybody else. Set it up nicely for Ness, set it up very nicely for Mo Donegal, and we saw how it worked out. So all in all, really good Belmont Stakes edition there, I thought.
Pretty pissed at Latrusca. Cost me the $2 pick 5 from the Magic Mike show that Latrusca didn't win. So that kind of sucks. Hopefully people played the pick 4 back for $2. So it cost you $50, paid a little over $1,000. Now get to sweat out the last 2 races because I'm 5 by 5 on the bombs to close out the pick 5. So hopefully we can get these last 2 home because that would definitely make it a day. But it's nice to get Mo Donegal home. I've obviously been talking quite a bit about this horse in the last week. And it's just another example of kind of the wedding funeral thing, which I think is important. You didn't get the price you wanted on Rich Strike this time out. And it's one of those important things from a gambling perspective when you got to play the price as much as you play the horse. And it's easy to fall in love with horses. You just got to bet with your head, not your heart.
Yeah.
Well, hey,
I mean, that's
thank goodness we stayed course, right, guys?
Yeah. I mean, and that's just it. You just, when that happens at the Derby, and it's 80-1, and you worked on it all year, it just really it just bothers you. It takes a while to get over it. And I think Mo Donegal for the first time ever, I'm kind of over the Derby now that Mo Donegal won this race.
Finally move forward, yeah.
Yeah, you do. And I think Epicenter would have helped a lot, but then that loss, and it's like, oh God, like he ran too good to lose. And
twice.
It was good. Yeah, true.
So what was Rich? What is Rich Strike? Because he ran like he ran before the Derby, and so I said before he looked like he probably spin his wheels. He did just that. How was he like someone? I can't remember who commented earlier. Was he like the ultimate pace meltdown horse of all time?
It was a historic pace, and it was a historic meltdown, and yeah, that's exactly what it was. The Derby is just a complete outlier now.
Well, the Derby every year is a complete outlier. I don't think people take that with as much of a grain of salt as they should. There's no other race with 20 horses. None. Where 5 of them completely get eliminated by the trip. So it's really hard to use the Derby as any type of handicapping tool, especially for horses that don't get good trips. And so like you look at Mo Donegal and Rich Strike's trip, they were in the exact same spot. One went 10 wide, the other never got stopped. That's the difference. And today you saw what big of a difference that made when they're going 1.5 miles.
Yeah. It sums it up perfectly. I thought he was going to make a little move there, and boy, he just hit the bricks, didn't he? He just didn't.
Well, if you could map out this Belmont for Rich Strike, this was what you wanted too. 113. You're close enough that you can make a run. Like it wasn't like this was an awful spot for him based on how the race played out.
No, I think we made a comment during the stream. It's like I think he's got what you wanted. He wasn't way out of it, and he just didn't have that kick. And he kind of started to make a little move around the turn, and then it was just he just got outran. And like I said, it's definitely for fans of racing, it kind of would have been cool if he would have ran a little bit better. But for the bettors, I think they kind of got rewarded for sticking to their opinions. There you go, Shouty.
It's a tough 2 minutes for that eBay auction.
The price fell. The price has fallen dramatically after that.
That's why you take the first buy now offer and just run, right? It's when Bovada offers you fixed odds for a horse in a race that you don't think is quite right. You just take it and don't worry about it.
Run and hide.
Navajo site, congratulations. I know there's a lot of you in the chat that have Mo Donegal. We're real happy that you were able to win with us if you played the live bankroll article. So congrats to that. Slim, one last time from Belmont. Close us out, buddy.
Perfect.
Best internet possible.
I will close this out. Shotty's right. I'm back to the I'm back to the scene of the Rich Strike Kentucky Derby diarrhea behind me. That was the key to the race. I gave it to you. Rich Strike ran like shit because he had diarrhea before the race. Richie Striker did not hit the top 4. Rich Strike was a fluke at 80-1. That's really the story here because of that. But Mo Donegal ran a great race. Nest, the filly, got second. And I'm signing off from Belmont Stakes 154 for the Racing Dudes. Next up, Saratoga. But before we really pay attention to the Belmont meet, so get your picks on the RacingDudes.com channel. Love you all. Peace.
There you go. Saratoga Slim, everybody. Thank you so
Nothing
much
like it.
for joining us. I think we can oh wait, no, we have one more thing to discuss. That is officially the end of the Racing Dudes Triple Crown Fantasy League. I do believe that a couple people would like to be properly crowned. Mr. Dictator, would you like to do the honors? No, they're just both out. They just
unbelievable.
Said
Unbelievable. We should have won
out.
2 years ago. 2 years ago, we should have won.
Yeah.
I didn't do that.
I did. You're welcome.
Jerry's just salty down there.
Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead,
on
get
behalf-
it over with. You got. I'm sure you have a presentation or a belt or something you made.
I got the video queued up. Let me know when you're. I'm just kidding. I actually don't have a video.
I wouldn't have been surprised.
Hey, congratulations! You guys finally did it. It was about time.
On behalf of everybody that plays in the league and myself and Heather and Philly and the new kitty that lives out in the garage right now, we want to say congratulations to the Magic Mike team for winning the fantasy league this year. They had an excellent draft. They won the fantasy league without claiming one horse. They drafted Doppelganger, Epicenter, White Barrio, Strava, and Gilded Age. That was enough to get it done. Epicenter was the big bell cow. Congratulations, heartfelt and true congratulations to the Magic Mike team for finally winning the fantasy league. And we'll get you paid out on Monday.
Finally? It's been 3 years.
It should have happened in 2018 when I drafted Good Magic and then Justify ruined things. I lost the rap battle under suspicious terms. Should have gotten Justify, but that's okay. And then we have Tis the Law. And that didn't happen to us 2 years ago. So, Mike, every 2 years, we have a fighter's chance. Fade us next year. We're going to be too drunk in celebration to really pay much attention next year anyway. And by the Breeders' Cup, you will see what we've done with at least partially the winnings. Because I got a big master plan up here, so we'll unveil it by Breeders' Cup time.
Good Lord. Somich, are you just going to pocket your half of it?
No, I'm probably going to lose it tomorrow playing a pick 5 at like Lone Star. Let's be honest here. I'm firing at Parks and the late pick 4 with the Terrell takeout with that money. I want to take your money and I want to bet it on something to try and make it a lot more money and then tell you about that.
Listen, that's fine with me. I've won this league. Jared's won this league, and then John and Ryan, and then you guys. So I think the cream has risen to the top once again. I mean it. Congratulations.
You guys, last year how I won it was by not claiming and had a great draft. You guys, I wasn't even at the draft. And I drafted great. And you guys really did draft awesome. And, when you look back at your team, it'd be like, damn, they got all, I think White Barrio was a sneaky good draft pick because he was kind of one that was under the radar. Not a lot of people were interested in that horse. You guys took him. And he turned out to get a lot of points for you guys as well on the trail. So, yeah, it was critical. You guys had nice horses not only on the trail but in the two of the 3 Triple Crown races. So that was huge as well. So it hurts me and it's annoying to say, but congratulations.
Well, thank you. I know how hard that was for you.
I
do want to say
it's more difficult for Jared than Aaron there.
We do legitimately need to acknowledge and thank 2 teams because this. I'm being slightly a dick, but this is actually true. We wouldn't have won if Michael and Dan, their debate for first round pick was Rocket Dog and Epicenter. Think about that one. We ended up with Epicenter because they took Rocket Dog in the first round. So I'd like to thank them for making a Michael Dan decision.
Hold on, can I interrupt you real quick?
Please.
Michael and Dan finished last in the league with 3 points. And you guys finished first with 337. Go ahead.
Thank you. I also want to thank the runner-up, valiant as they may have been this year. Happy to see John and Ryan finally lose again. John's a gambler. John sometimes gambles a little too much, in my opinion. He gambled on taking Tiz the Law, putting him as his Derby pick in January, and then immediately dropped him when he had just one bad race. If John doesn't drop Tiz the Law, I'm sorry, not Tiz the Law, Tiz the Bomb. I'm sorry. Tiz the Bomb. The horse is so bad I can't remember his name. Tiz the Bomb wins those preps at Turfway Park. That would have been enough points to beat Mike and I in this if we don't win a claim. So I would like to thank John and Ryan for just being trying a little too hard, guys. Be like Jared. Be like the Magic Mike show. Do less. You'll succeed. That's the message here.
It's the problem with Kenny McPeak horses. You have no clue where they're going. You have no idea what's going to happen. So it's hard to own them.
The problem is John believed him when Kenny said, we're going to Ascot in February.
Yeah.
Say it again. The problem is John believed him. He gets fooled by the trainers.
Trainers don't lie.
That was great. All right, we'll get out of here. This has been Over 4 Hours. Thank you to everybody who's been with us for the majority, even part of it. We really appreciate you. We will be back for doing this all summer long for Saratoga, Del Mar, the big weekend. So if you haven't yet, subscribe to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/racingdudes. Like the video before you leave. Leave us a comment down below as Jared's letting you know with what you thought about everything going on. And we'll see you over at racingdudes.com for Mike Somich, Jared Welch, Aaron Halterman. Shadi and Davey are going to be they're the fan team next year. Bring it on. It's going to be a lot of fun.
You're 100% in, guys, if you guys want to play. You're the only ones, but I'll let you two in. I like you two.
The new fan team. We'll see you guys next time. Thanks so much. Take care, everybody.